Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. I was brushing my hands off, watching the soap swirl away. When it happened, the water didn't spiral down. It rose smoothly against gravity. It didn't splash, it simply climbed up the drain like it was being pulled by invisible threads. I froze, watching the stream reverse itself, pooling back into the basin, perfectly still once it returned. Then I heard the pipes groan, not from pressure, but from something moving inside. Now I keep the sink dry, but in the middle of the night I hear dripping, upward. The plumber arrived the next morning, his toolbox clanking against the narrow hallway walls. He was younger than I expected, with calloused hands and eyes that seemed to catalog every detail of my apartment before settling on the sink. "Strange call," he said, running his fingers along the faucet. "Never heard of water flowing backwards." I watched him work, pulling apart the pipes beneath the basin. The metallic scraping echoed through the small space, punctuated by his occasional grunts of effort. When he emerged, wiping his hands on a dirty rag, his expression had changed. "Your pipes are clean," he said, but his voice carried an edge I hadn't heard before. Too clean, like someone's been running bleach through them regularly. The smell hit me then, faint but unmistakable. Chlorine mixed with something else, something organic that made my stomach turn. "The previous tenant," I said, though I wasn't sure why. Maybe they were particular about cleanliness. He nodded, but his eyes lingered on the drain. "What did you say happened to them?" I hadn't said anything about the previous tenant. The landlord had mentioned an unexpected departure, nothing more. But standing there, watching the plumber's uncomfortable shifting, I realized I'd never asked the right questions. The apartment had been available immediately. No waiting list, no competition. Just keys handed over with a nervous smile and a request to sign the lease quickly. After the plumber left, I found myself staring at the sink. The silence felt different now, charged with the weight of unanswered questions. I turned on the faucet, watching the water flow normally, predictably downward, but the sound of it hitting the drain made me think of footsteps in an empty house. I called the landlord that afternoon. His voice was tight, distracted. "The previous tenant, they moved out suddenly. Family emergency, I think, left most of their belongings behind." "What kind of emergency?" A pause. I don't ask personal questions. People have their reasons. But when I pressed him about the belongings, he admitted they were still in the building's storage unit. "You're welcome to look through them if you want. Might be something useful." The storage unit was in the basement, behind a metal door that scraped against concrete when it opened. The air was stale, thick with the smell of cardboard and forgotten things. The previous tenant's possessions were stacked in neat rows: books, clothes, kitchen items, and boxes labeled in careful handwriting. I opened the first box and found cleaning supplies. Bottles of bleach, scrub brushes, rubber gloves, more cleaning products than any reasonable person would need. The next box contained photographs, but they were all of the apartment itself. The same angles, the same rooms, taken at different times. In some the lighting was harsh, revealing stains on the walls I'd never noticed. In others the camera focused on specific details: the sink, the pipes, the drain. At the bottom of the box I found a notebook. The pages were filled with observations, written in the same careful handwriting as the box labels. Dates, times, descriptions of sounds, water pressure measurements, notes about temperature variations. And on the last page, a single line repeated over and over, "It knows I'm watching." I took the notebook back to my apartment, my hands trembling as I turned the pages. The entries began normally enough, complaints about water pressure, notes about maintenance requests, but as I read further, the tone changed. The writer had become obsessed with the plumbing, documenting every sound, every irregularity. "The drain makes a sucking sound when the building is quiet," one entry read. "Not from water, from air moving where it shouldn't." Another, "Found hair in the pipes, not mine, too long, too dark, smells like something died." I closed the notebook and walked to the sink. The drain stared back at me, a perfect circle of darkness. I reached for the faucet, then stopped. The silence in the apartment felt expectant, like a held breath. That night I lay in bed listening to the building's sounds. The creaking of settling wood, the distant hum of heating systems, the occasional footstep in the hallway. But underneath it all I heard something else. A soft, rhythmic sound coming from the bathroom. I found my phone and turned on the flashlight, following the sound to the sink. The drain was perfectly dry, but I could hear water moving somewhere below. Not flowing, rising, like someone was pushing it upward through the pipes. I called the police the next morning. The officer who arrived was older, with gray hair and tired eyes. He listened to my story with the patience of someone who'd heard stranger things, but when I showed him the notebook, his expression changed. "You said the previous tenant left suddenly." "That's what the landlord told me." He flipped through the pages, pausing at certain entries. "This person was scared, really scared. These aren't the notes of someone planning to move." "You think something happened to them?" "I think someone should have asked these questions sooner." He took the notebook with him, promising to look into the previous tenant's departure. But when he called me back 2 days later, his voice was different, careful, official. "The person who lived there before you doesn't exist," he said. "The name on the lease, the references, the employment history, all fabricated. Someone went to a lot of trouble to create a false identity. But the notebook, the photographs, are real, which means someone was living there, watching, documenting, but whoever they were, they didn't want to be found." After he hung up, I sat in my kitchen, staring at the sink. The water flowed normally when I turned on the faucet, but I found myself thinking about the notebook's entries, about someone sitting in the same chair, writing about sounds in the dark, about hair that wasn't theirs, about the feeling of being watched. I started my own notebook that night, not because I believed in the strange things the previous tenant had written, but because I needed to understand what had driven them to such fear. I documented every sound, every irregularity, every moment when the apartment felt wrong. The first entry was simple, water drained upward, impossible, but I saw it happen. The second, plumber found pipes too clean, bleach smell in the air. By the third week, my entries had begun to echo those of my predecessor. The drain did make sounds when the building was quiet. The water pressure did fluctuate in ways that seemed intentional. And sometimes, in the middle of the night, I could swear I heard someone walking through the apartment above me, except there was no apartment above me. I lived on the top floor. I started avoiding the sink, using bottled water for drinking, washing dishes in the bathtub, but the sounds continued, the groaning pipes, the soft splashing that seemed to come from inside the walls, the feeling that something was moving through the building's circulatory system, something that didn't belong. One night I woke to find the bathroom door open. I always closed it before bed, but there it was, standing wide, revealing the sink in the moonlight. The drain was perfectly dry, but I could see something glinting at the bottom, something that caught the light and reflected it back. I approached slowly, phone flashlight in hand. At the bottom of the drain, just visible in the narrow beam, was a key, old brass with elaborate teeth. It hadn't been there before, I was certain of that. I reached for it, my fingers barely fitting into the narrow opening. The key was cold, heavier than it should have been, and when I pulled it out, I heard something else fall deeper into the pipes, something that sounded like metal hitting water. The key fit the lock on the storage unit door. I returned to the basement that night, my hands shaking as I turned the key. The door opened with a different sound this time, not the scraping of metal on concrete, but the soft click of a mechanism engaging. Behind the previous tenant's boxes, I found another door, one that hadn't been there before, or that I simply hadn't noticed. The door led to a narrow room I'd never seen. The walls were covered with photographs, hundreds of them, all taken from inside different apartments in the building. The same angles, the same focus on plumbing fixtures, the same obsessive documentation. But these weren't just pictures. They were surveillance records, each one labeled with dates, times, and notes about the occupants. At the center of the room was a desk with a complex system of monitors and recording equipment. The screens showed live feeds from cameras hidden throughout the building, in kitchens, in bathrooms, in bedrooms, watching, always watching, the private moments of people who had no idea they were being observed. But it was the final monitor that made my blood run cold. It showed my apartment, my sink, my drain, and in the corner of the screen, timestamp running in real time, I could see myself standing in the storage room, looking back at my own image. I heard footsteps behind me, slow, deliberate, the sound of someone who had been waiting. I turned around, but the room was empty. The footsteps continued, growing closer, but I could see no one. Just the monitors flickering in the darkness, showing empty apartments, empty sinks, empty drains that seemed to be watching me back. I ran through the storage room, up the stairs, down the hallway to my apartment. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking, the sound of footsteps echoing behind me. When I finally got inside, I locked the door and pressed my back against it, listening. Silent. But then I heard it, the soft sound of water moving through pipes, rising, climbing, flowing upward against gravity, carrying something with it, something that wanted to reach the surface. I looked toward the bathroom. The door was open again, revealing the sink in the darkness. And from the drain, I could see water beginning to rise, not flowing up and falling back down, but rising steadily, pooling in the basin, filling it drop by drop. In the water, I could see my reflection, but it wasn't alone. There were other faces looking back at me. The faces of everyone who had lived in this building, everyone who had been watched, everyone who had discovered what lay beneath the surface. They were all there, trapped in the pipes, in the system that connected every apartment, every sink, every drain. And they were trying to tell me something, trying to warn me about what happened to people who saw too much, who asked too many questions, who found the room behind the storage unit. I packed my things that night, not everything, just what I needed. The notebook, some clothes, my passport. By morning I was gone. I left no forwarding address, no explanation. Just another tenant who had departed suddenly, leaving behind a mystery for the next person to solve. The new tenant moved in within a week. I know because I called, pretending to be interested in the apartment. The landlord was eager to fill it, asking no questions about references or background checks, just like before. I wonder if they've found the key yet, if they've heard the water flowing upward, if they've started their own notebook, documenting the sounds in the dark, the feeling of being watched, the impossible things that happen when you're alone with the drain. I wonder if they know that somewhere in the basement the monitors are still running, that the cameras are still watching, that the system is still connected, still flowing, still carrying its secrets through the pipes that connect every apartment, every sink, every person who thinks they're safe in their own home. But mostly I wonder if they know that the previous tenant, the one who left so suddenly, who never existed, who documented everything in careful handwriting, is still there, still watching, still waiting for someone to understand what they discovered in the darkness beneath the building. Because I know the truth now, the water doesn't flow upward on its own, it's being pushed by the weight of all those who came before, all those who found the room, all those who learned what happens when you look too closely at the things that aren't supposed to be seen. And someday, when the new tenant hears the pipes groan in the middle of the night, when they see their reflection in the rising water, when they realize they're not alone in the apartment they thought was theirs, they'll understand that they've become part of the system too. The drain will always be watching, the water will always rise, and somewhere in the darkness, someone will always be taking notes, documenting the impossible, waiting for the next person to discover what lies beneath the surface of ordinary things. The sink drained upward because it had to, because that's the only way out for those who go too deep, who see too much, who realize that the building they live in is really a machine designed to watch and wait and collect the people who stumble upon its secrets. I'm writing this from a new apartment in a new city with new pipes and new drains, but sometimes in the middle of the night I hear the sound of water moving against gravity, and I know that no matter how far I run, the system follows. The network of pipes and cameras and watchers extends everywhere, connecting every building, every apartment, every person who thinks they're safe behind locked doors. The water always remembers, and it always finds a way to rise. Crime 2, I leaned under the kitchen counter to check for a leak and saw something odd. The cabinets were resting against the wall, not attached, no screws, no brackets. Just sitting there. I pulled gently, they slid out easily, revealing a hollow space behind, deeper than it should have been. Inside, the wallpaper was torn, and something had been clawing from the other side. I pushed the cabinet back and didn't open it again. But sometimes I hear things being rearranged inside. The first woman I interviewed about the house was the real estate agent. She sat across from me at a coffee shop, stirring her latte with mechanical precision. Her smile never wavered, but her eyes kept darting to the window. The previous owners were a lovely family, she said. They just needed to relocate quickly for work. I asked her about the renovation history. She pulled out a folder, pages crisp and organized. Everything seemed normal. New flooring 3 years ago. Kitchen updated 2 years back, but there were gaps in the timeline. Permits filed but never closed. Contractors listed but no contact information. Why weren't the cabinets properly installed? I asked. Her stirring stopped. I'm not sure what you mean. I described what I'd found, the hollow space, the torn wallpaper. Her face went pale beneath her foundation. Sometimes contractors take shortcuts, she said finally. It's nothing to worry about. But she was lying. I could smell it on her. That sharp, metallic scent of fear mixed with cheap perfume. That night I called the contractor listed on the permit. The number was disconnected. I tried the company name in an online search. Nothing. It was as if they'd never existed. I went back to the kitchen. The sounds had gotten louder, not just rearranging, scratching, like fingernails on wood. I pulled the cabinet out again. The hollow space was bigger than I remembered, deep enough to crawl into. The torn wallpaper revealed older paper underneath, faded roses on a cream background, the kind they used decades ago. I ran my fingers along the wall. The plaster was soft in places, crumbling at my touch. And there near the corner, something that made my stomach turn. Dark stains, rust-colored and deliberate. I backed out and sat on the kitchen floor. The house felt different now, heavier, like it was holding its breath. The next morning I found the previous owner's address through public records. The family had moved across the country. I called them. The woman who answered had a shaky voice. "We don't talk about that house anymore," she said. "Please, I need to understand what I'm dealing with." A long pause. I could hear children playing in the background, normal sounds from a normal life. "The cabinets were like that when we moved in," she whispered. "We meant to fix them, but every time we tried, something would happen. Tools would disappear. Workers would quit. One contractor said he heard voices coming from behind the wall." "What kind of voices?" "Crying, someone crying and asking for help." She hung up. I spent the afternoon in the local library, going through old newspaper archives. The house had been sold 6 times in the past 20 years. Each family stayed less than 3 years. Most left suddenly, selling well below market value. In the archive police reports, I found something interesting. A missing person case from 15 years ago. A young woman who'd been house-sitting for the owners at the time. She'd vanished without a trace. No signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play, just gone. Her name was in the report, but I won't repeat it here. Names have power, and some things are better left unspoken. The house-sitting arrangement had been informal, cash payment, no contracts. The owners had been traveling for a month. When they returned, they found her belongings still in the guest room, but she was nowhere to be found. I stared at the photo attached to the report. Young face, bright smile. She looked like someone who trusted easily. Someone who might not recognize danger until it was too late. The police had interviewed neighbors. One remembered seeing her in the yard talking to a man. Middle-aged, average height, wearing work clothes. She'd seemed comfortable with him. Friendly. No one could identify the man. The case went cold. I drove past the house that night without stopping. The kitchen window was dark, but I swear I saw movement inside. A shadow passing back and forth, methodical, searching. When I got home, I called the lead detective on the missing person case. He was retired now, but his voice sharpened when I mentioned the address. "That house," he said. "I always wondered about that house." "What do you mean?" "The owners acted strange during the investigation. Nervous, kept insisting she must have run off with some guy, but her car was still there, her purse, her phone. People don't just disappear like that." "Did you search the house thoroughly?" "We looked everywhere, but there's something about that place. Rooms that feel bigger than they should be. Spaces that don't match the blueprints, like someone had been playing with the walls." I told him about the cabinets, the hollow space, the stains. "You need to call the current police," he said. "This isn't something you should handle alone." But I knew I wouldn't, not yet. I needed to understand what I was dealing with first. The next day I went back to the house. I brought a flashlight and a camera. The hollow space behind the cabinet seemed to exhale cold air when I opened it. The stains were darker than I remembered, more extensive. I crawled inside. The space stretched further than the house's footprint should have allowed. The floor was covered in debris, old newspaper clippings, torn photographs, personal items that looked like they'd been collected over years. Among them, I found a driver's license. The photo matched the missing woman from the police report. The license had expired years ago, but the plastic was still crisp, like it had been kept in a safe place. I found other things too: jewelry, a watch, a cell phone so old it belonged to another decade, all of it carefully arranged like a shrine. My hands were shaking as I backed out of the space. The house felt different now, alive, like it was watching me. I called the police. They came with dogs and ground-penetrating radar. The hollow space was photographed and measured. The stains were tested. The personal items were cataloged. But the tests came back inconclusive. The stains were old, but not necessarily blood. The personal items could have been planted. The hollow space, while unusual, wasn't illegal. It's suspicious, the detective told me, but suspicious isn't enough for an arrest. What about the missing woman? Without a body, we can't prove anything happened to her here. I asked about the previous owners, the ones who'd been traveling when she disappeared. They moved overseas years ago. Both died in an accident, natural causes. The case stalled. I moved out of the house the next week. I couldn't sleep there anymore. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to move independently. But I kept researching. The property records went back decades. The house had been built by a contractor who died in a fall from the roof. His son had inherited it, then sold it quickly. There was a pattern of quick sales, nervous owners, and strange modifications. The hollow space wasn't the only oddity. The basement had walls that didn't match the foundation. The attic had supports that served no structural purpose. It was like the house had been modified repeatedly, each owner adding their own secret spaces. I started wondering if the missing woman had been the only victim, or if there were others. People who disappeared over the years, their personal effects ending up in hidden spaces throughout the house. I contacted families of other missing persons from the area. Most didn't want to talk, but one woman, the sister of a man who'd vanished 10 years ago, agreed to meet me. He was doing construction work, she said. Odd jobs. Someone called him about a renovation project. He never came home. Do you remember the address? She pulled out a faded business card. The address was the same house. The police said he probably ran off, started a new life somewhere else. But that wasn't like him. He called me every Sunday. He wouldn't just disappear. I showed her the photo of the missing woman. She nodded slowly. He mentioned meeting someone, a woman who was staying at the house. Said she seemed scared, like she was hiding from something. The pieces were starting to fit together. The woman hadn't been the victim, she'd been the witness. I went back to the police with this new information. They reopened the case, but the investigation hit dead ends. The overseas owners were beyond reach. The contractors from the permits were untraceable. The evidence was circumstantial. The house was sold again. New owners, unaware of its history. The real estate agent was different this time. The previous one had left the business suddenly, citing health reasons. I drive past the house sometimes. The new owners have renovated extensively. New kitchen, new flooring, new cabinets, properly installed ones bolted securely to the wall. But I wonder about the other spaces, the basement walls, the attic supports, the places where secrets might still be hidden. Late at night, I sometimes get calls from unknown numbers. When I answer, there's only silence. But in the background, I can hear something, faint scratching, like fingernails on wood. Like someone trying to claw their way out. I tell myself it's just coincidence, wrong numbers, construction noise from somewhere else. But I know better. Some houses keep their secrets, and some secrets don't stay buried. The case remains open, officially, but nobody talks about it anymore. The missing woman's family moved away. The detective retired. The house carries on, accepting new owners, new secrets, new spaces between the walls. I still have the key to the house. The new owners never ask for it back. Sometimes I hold it in my hand and wonder what I would find if I went back, if I looked harder, if I had the courage to crawl deeper into those hidden spaces. But I don't go back. I just listen to the sounds that come through the phone, the scratching, the rearranging, the voices that might be real or might be the house itself, trying to tell me something I'm not ready to hear. The truth is, I'm not sure I want to know what really happened in that house. Some investigations are too dangerous to complete. Some truths are too heavy to carry. So I sit here writing this story, pretending it's fiction, pretending the sounds I hear are just imagination, pretending the key in my drawer doesn't belong to a house that's still waiting for someone to find what's hidden behind its walls. But deep down, I know. The cabinets weren't screwed in for a reason. And someday, someone will be brave enough to find out why. Crime 3, I knew the house had an attic. The slope of the roof told me. But there was no pull cord, no hatch, not even a seam in the ceiling. Just air that felt heavier beneath the rafters. I tapped the ceiling with a broom and heard something shuffle, lightly, patiently. That night, a small pile of insulation appeared on the hallway floor. And now every morning more of it falls, as if something's digging its way down. The real estate agent had been nervous when I signed the lease. Her hands shook as she handed me the keys, and she kept glancing at the ceiling. When I asked about the attic space, she claimed there wasn't one, just decorative roofing, she said. But I've renovated enough houses to know the difference between decorative slopes and actual structural space. The insulation was pink and fluffy, the kind you'd find in any suburban home. I swept it up that first morning, assuming it was just settling from the roof. Old houses do that. But when I found the same pile the next day, in the exact same spot, I started paying closer attention. The shuffling sounds came mostly at night, not footsteps exactly, more like something being dragged across wooden beams. Sometimes I'd hear a soft thud as if something had been dropped. I pressed my ear to the ceiling and held my breath. The sounds would stop immediately, as if whatever was up there knew I was listening. I called the landlord about the insulation problem. He was silent for a long moment when I described it. Then he said he'd send someone to check it out, but no one ever came. The neighbors were reluctant to talk about the house. The woman next door would only say it had been empty for a while before I moved in. When I pressed for details, she mumbled something about the previous tenant moving out suddenly. Left everything behind, she said, even the furniture. That explained the odd items I'd found scattered around the house. a coffee mug with lipstick stains that wouldn't wash off, a pair of reading glasses on the nightstand, a jacket hanging in the closet that smelled like cigarettes and vanilla perfume. I'd assumed the cleaning crew had missed them, but now I wondered if the previous tenant had really left so quickly. I started documenting everything, the amount of insulation that fell each day, the times I heard the shuffling sounds. The pattern was consistent, always the same spot in the hallway, always the same soft scraping noise at night. Then I found the photographs. They were wedged behind the refrigerator as if they'd been hidden there deliberately. Polaroids of the house, but from angles I'd never seen. Interior shots taken from above, looking down into the rooms, including my bedroom. The photos were dated from just before I moved in. My hands trembled as I examined them. Someone had been taking pictures from the attic that supposedly didn't exist, the attic with no entrance. I called the police, but they seemed skeptical. An officer came by and looked at the ceiling, tapped it with his knuckles, and shrugged. He said the photos could have been taken from a ladder. When I showed him the insulation pile, he suggested I call an exterminator. Maybe squirrels, he said. But squirrels don't take photographs. The next morning, the insulation pile was larger, and mixed in with the pink fibers was something else. A small piece of fabric, blue cotton like from a shirt. I held it up to the light and my stomach turned. There was a dark stain on it. It looked like blood. I bought a ladder and positioned it in the hallway, directly under where the insulation kept falling. With a flashlight clenched between my teeth, I pushed against the ceiling. It gave slightly, more than drywall should. I pressed harder and a section moved, a hidden panel. The smell hit me first, stale air mixed with something organic and wrong. I shined the flashlight into the opening and saw wooden beams, dusty floorboards, and scattered insulation. But there was something else. In the far corner, barely visible in the weak light, was a sleeping bag, and next to it, a plastic bag filled with what looked like food wrappers. Someone had been living up there. I pulled myself up through the opening, my heart hammering against my ribs. The attic was larger than I'd expected, running the length of the house. There were signs of long-term habitation, a battery-powered radio, empty water bottles, a bucket that I didn't want to examine too closely. But what made my blood freeze was what I found near the sleeping bag, a manila folder filled with photographs, not just of the house but of me, going about my daily routine, sleeping, showering, eating breakfast. Someone had been watching me since the day I moved in. At the bottom of the folder was a driver's license. The photo showed a middle-aged man with thinning hair and hollow eyes. The address was this house, the same house I was renting, the same house where the previous tenant had supposedly moved out suddenly. I scrambled back down the ladder, my mind racing. The previous tenant hadn't moved out. He'd moved up, into the attic, into the space that officially didn't exist. I called the police again, but when they arrived, the attic was empty. The sleeping bag was gone. The photographs were gone. Even the hidden panel seemed to have been sealed from the inside. The officers looked at me like I was having a breakdown. One of them suggested I might be under stress from the move. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in the living room with the ladder still positioned in the hallway, staring at the ceiling. No insulation fell, no shuffling sounds, just silence. But in the morning there was something new. A single sheet of paper slipped under my front door. It was a lease agreement for this house, dated exactly 1 year ago. The signature at the bottom was shaky but legible. The name matched the one on the driver's license I'd found in the attic. I packed my things that same day. The landlord seemed unsurprised when I called to break the lease. He said he'd keep my security deposit for the damage to the ceiling. When I asked what damage, he said someone had cut a hole in the hallway ceiling. But I never cut any hole. I'd only found the panel that was already there. The real estate agent who'd rented me the house had disappeared. Her office said she'd taken an extended leave of absence. When I drove by the house a week later, there was already a new tenant moving in, a young woman carrying boxes alone. I wanted to warn her, to tell her about the attic, about the photographs, about the man with the hollow eyes. But what would I say? That I'd found evidence of someone living in a space that everyone claimed didn't exist. That I'd seen proof of surveillance in an officially empty house. Instead, I parked across the street and watched her struggle with a heavy box. She looked tired, vulnerable. The kind of person who'd jump at the chance for affordable rent in a nice neighborhood. The kind of person who wouldn't ask too many questions about previous tenants. That night I dreamed about insulation falling like snow. When I woke up, I found myself checking my own ceiling, running my hands along the edges, looking for seams that shouldn't be there. Sometimes I wonder if the man in the photographs was ever really there, or if the attic was just a symptom of something else. A manifestation of the feeling that someone is always watching, always waiting, always just out of sight. But then I remember the weight of that driver's license in my hands, the cold reality of his name and address, the way the sleeping bag still held the impression of a body. The house is still rented. Different tenants move in and out with suspicious regularity. I've driven by several times and there's never any sign of an attic entrance. Just that familiar slope of the roof and the feeling of air that hangs too heavy beneath the rafters. I wonder if the new tenants hear the shuffling sounds, if they find insulation in the hallway, if they notice the way the ceiling creaks when no one should be walking above. Or maybe they're the lucky ones, maybe they never look up. Crime 4, I noticed them near the baseboards, hairline fractures, thin and deliberate, perfectly parallel. They didn't run like cracks should, they followed the contours of the room. As if someone had traced them. I tried patching one, it reappeared the next day, longer, deeper. And there was something beneath it, something black, soft. Now when I walk barefoot, I feel warmth through the floor, and I don't know what's breathing under there. The house came with stories, every old house does, but stories and truth are different things, and I learned that distinction the hard way. The previous owner left behind boxes in the basement, personal effects, the realtor called them, papers mostly, insurance forms, medical records, photographs of family gatherings where everyone smiled too wide, their eyes holding secrets the camera couldn't capture. I found her journal wedged between tax returns from decades past. The handwriting was careful, deliberate, like someone who measured each word before committing it to paper. The sound started in the walls, she wrote, scratching, movement. I called exterminators. They found nothing, no droppings, no nests, just those cracks appearing overnight. I set the journal aside and walked upstairs. The cracks had multiplied. What began as single lines near the baseboards now formed patterns, geometric shapes that made no architectural sense. I traced one with my finger. The plaster felt warm, alive almost. That night I heard it, a soft tapping from below, rhythmic, purposeful, like someone sending a message in code. I descended into the basement, flashlight in hand. The concrete floor was unmarked, solid, but the sound continued, closer now, as if it emanated from the walls themselves. The journal mentioned a contractor, someone who'd inspected the foundation before her death. I found his business card tucked between the pages. The number was disconnected, but I tracked him down through old phone directories. He agreed to meet at a diner across town. His hands shook as he stirred sugar into his coffee. Too much sugar, nervous habit, he said. She was convinced something was wrong with the house, he told me. Called me out there multiple times. Each visit she'd show me new cracks, new sounds, but I never found anything structural. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. She started talking about people who'd lived there before, said they never really left. I asked about the basement, about the foundation. His face went pale. I didn't check the basement the last time. She wouldn't let me, said it was too dangerous, that the floor might give way. Too dangerous, the words echoed in my mind as I drove home. I'd walked on that basement floor dozens of times. It felt solid, stable, but feelings can deceive. Back at the house, I examined the basement more carefully. The concrete showed no obvious signs of damage, but in the corner, hidden behind stacked boxes, I found something peculiar. A section of the floor that looked different, newer. The concrete was a shade lighter, as if it had been patched recently. I moved the boxes aside. The patch was roughly 6 feet long, 2 feet wide, the perfect dimensions for something that didn't bear thinking about. The journal entries became more erratic toward the end. Her handwriting deteriorated. Words pressed so hard into the paper they tore through to the pages beneath. I know what's down there, she wrote. I've always known, but knowing and accepting are different things. The cracks are trying to tell me something. They're trying to show me where to look. The final entry was dated 3 days before her death. A death the coroner ruled accidental. A fall down the basement stairs, broken neck, quick, they said, painless. The tapping is louder now, she wrote. It's calling me down. I have to go. I have to see for myself. The truth is in the foundation. It's always been in the foundation. I called the police, asked about the investigation into her death. The detective who handled the case was retired, but he remembered her, remembered the house. Strange case, he said. She'd been calling us for months, complained about noises, about people watching her. We thought it was paranoia, mental illness, but then she died and we had to look deeper. He paused, choosing his words carefully. We found things in the basement, things that made us wonder if maybe she wasn't as crazy as we thought. Things he wouldn't elaborate, wouldn't tell me what they'd discovered beneath that concrete floor, but his voice carried weight. The weight of knowledge that some truths are too heavy to share. I hung up and walked to the basement. The patch of concrete seemed to pulse in the dim light. The tapping had stopped. The silence was worse than the sound. I knelt beside the patch and pressed my ear to the floor. Nothing, but the concrete was warm, warmer than it should be, and there was something else. A smell, faint but distinct, sweet, organic, like flowers left too long in water. The hardware store sold concrete saws. The clerk asked what I was cutting. I told him I was doing renovations. He nodded and rang up the purchase. No questions, no suspicions. Back at the house, I started cutting. The blade bit into the concrete with a grinding shriek. Dust filled the air. My hands trembled as I worked, not from the vibration of the saw, from something else. Something that felt like anticipation mixed with dread. The concrete was thinner than I'd expected, 6 inches deep. Beneath it, the soil was dark, rich, too rich for a basement floor, and there were things in the soil, white things, curved and smooth. I set the saw aside and began digging with my hands. The soil came away easily, too easily, as if it had been disturbed recently, repeatedly. The first bone was small, delicate. It could have been an animal, a pet buried with love and care. But as I dug deeper, the bones grew larger, more numerous, and they were arranged too purposefully to be random. I found fabric, synthetic materials that don't decompose quickly. Buttons, a zipper, things that spoke of human habitation, human presence, human remains. The smell grew stronger as I worked, sweet decay masked by something else, something chemical, preservative, as if someone had tried to slow the natural process, to keep the secret fresh. I counted them as I unearthed them. 3 separate sets of remains, different sizes, different ages, one small enough to be a child. The thought made my stomach turn. The journal lay open on the floor beside me. Her final words seemed to watch as I worked. The truth is in the foundation. It's always been in the foundation. But whose truth and whose foundation? I found identification in the soil. Driver's licenses, credit cards, names and faces of people who'd disappeared over the years, people who'd been reported missing, people who'd been forgotten. The house had been sold multiple times, each owner staying only briefly before moving on, before dying, before disappearing. The pattern was clear once you knew where to look. I called the police again. This time they came, they brought equipment, experts, people who knew how to handle what I'd found. The detective who'd handled the previous owner's case arrived with the others. He looked at the excavation site without surprise, as if he'd been expecting this discovery. "We suspected," he said, "but suspicion isn't evidence, and evidence isn't always enough." He showed me photographs, missing persons reports, investigation files that had been closed for lack of leads. The faces in the pictures matched the identification I'd found in the soil. "The previous owner," I said. "She knew." He nodded. She knew, but she was also involved. The evidence points to a pattern, a system. She wasn't just a victim, she was a participant. The words hit me like cold water. The journal entries, the careful handwriting, the deliberate documentation of sounds and cracks. It wasn't the record of a frightened woman. It was the record of someone trying to maintain control, someone managing a secret. She kept them there, the detective continued, beneath the house, visited them regularly, talked to them, fed them somehow. The concrete patch was her way of keeping them accessible, keeping them close. The cracks in the walls, the warmth in the floor, the tapping sounds, they weren't supernatural, they were structural. The house settling under the weight of its secrets, the foundation shifting to accommodate what lay beneath. I asked about the others, the previous owners who died or disappeared. "We're still investigating," he said, "but the pattern suggests this has been going on for decades, maybe longer. Each owner either discovered the truth and became part of it, or they tried to expose it and..." He didn't finish the sentence, didn't need to. As they removed the remains, I walked through the house one final time. The cracks had stopped growing, the tapping had ceased. The warmth in the floor was gone, as if the house had finally exhaled a breath it had been holding for years. But questions remained, questions that would never be answered. How many people had known? How many had participated? How many had chosen silence over justice? The investigation continues. New evidence emerges regularly. More names, more faces, more families who might finally have closure. But I don't live in the house anymore. I couldn't, not after knowing what lay beneath my feet. not after understanding that the previous owner's journal wasn't a cry for help. It was a confession, a detailed record of complicity. The cracks were too straight because they were intentional, markers, guides, leading to the truth that lay buried beneath the foundation, a truth that someone had been tending, nurturing, keeping alive in their own twisted way. The house is empty now, condemned, awaiting demolition. But sometimes when I drive past, I wonder if the story is really over, if all the secrets have been uncovered, if the foundation was the only place where truth was buried. Some houses hold memories, others hold secrets, but this house held something else, something that transformed its occupants, changed them, made them part of something larger and more terrible than themselves. The cracks were too straight, and now I know why. But knowing the truth doesn't make it easier to live with, it just makes the silence heavier, the shadows deeper, the questions more persistent. And somewhere in another house, in another basement, another foundation might be holding secrets. Another set of cracks might be forming, too straight, too purposeful, too deliberate to be accidental. The pattern continues, the truth waits, and someone else will have to decide whether to dig deeper or walk away. Whether to become part of the secret or fight to expose it. The choice is always there, hidden in plain sight, waiting beneath the surface, just like the cracks in the walls that were too straight to be natural. Too straight to be innocent. Too straight to ignore. Crime 5, I'd placed the milk on the top shelf. The next day it was in the drawer. Leftovers vanished, then reappeared in plastic I didn't own. I thought I was losing it, until I placed a sealed note behind the ketchup. The next day it was opened and corrected in red ink. The handwriting wasn't mine. It was careful, deliberate, with those distinctive loops on the lowercase g that I'd seen somewhere before. My note had been simple: testing memory, purchased eggs yesterday. The correction read, Tuesday, you purchased them Tuesday. Also, check expiration dates more carefully. I stood there holding the paper, my hands trembling slightly. The refrigerator hummed behind me, that familiar mechanical sound now feeling invasive. Someone had been in my home. Someone had read my private thoughts and felt compelled to correct them. But the locks hadn't been tampered with. The security system showed no breaches. The windows remained sealed from the inside. I'd checked everything twice, then a third time, running my fingers along the frames, testing every latch. My neighbor from across the hall had a key. I'd given it to her during my recovery after the surgery, when walking to the mailbox felt like climbing a mountain. She'd been helpful then, bringing groceries, checking on me with that concerned expression that made me feel both grateful and slightly uncomfortable. I knocked on her door. She answered with flour on her apron, smiling that same concerned smile. I wanted to ask about the key, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The one I gave you last month. Her expression shifted just slightly. Oh, that. I put it back under your mat when you were feeling better. Didn't want to intrude. Under the mat, I'd never told her about keeping a spare there. I'd moved it after giving her the official key, tucked it behind the loose brick by the stairwell instead. Of course, I said, just wanted to make sure. Back in my apartment, I checked the hiding spot. The key was there exactly where I'd left it, but when I compared it to my original, something felt wrong. The teeth were slightly different, the metal a shade darker. Not dramatically so, but enough to notice when held side by side. I called a locksmith, While waiting, I walked through my apartment again, this time looking for things that might be different. The couch cushions were fluffed in a way I never bothered with. The bathroom towels hung with military precision. Books on my shelf were organized by height rather than the casual arrangement I preferred. The locksmith arrived, a weathered man with calloused hands who examined both keys under a small magnifying glass. He turned them over, held them up to the light, then set them down with a soft clink. "These are from different blanks," he said. "Same cut pattern, but definitely different manufacturers. Someone made a copy." The words hit me like cold water. How accurate would a copy be? Depends on the skill. A good locksmith could make one that works perfectly. So could someone with the right equipment and patience. After he left, I sat at my kitchen table, staring at the refrigerator. The note was still in my hand, that red ink seeming to pulse under the fluorescent light. I thought about the handwriting, those distinctive loops. Where had I seen them before? My lease, the signature on my lease application, had those same loops. I retrieved the paperwork from my filing cabinet, spread it across the table. The landlord's signature was a match, not similar, identical. I called the rental office. The woman who answered had a cheerful voice that made my questions feel paranoid. "I wanted to verify something about my lease," I said, "the signature from the landlord." "Oh, he never signs the leases directly. We use a signature stamp for efficiency. Has been that way for years." A stamp, anyone with access to the office could use it. But why would someone want to? And why the elaborate charade with the food, the corrections, the subtle rearrangements? I started keeping a journal, documenting every change I noticed. The coffee maker moved 2 inches to the left. The salt shaker refilled when I was certain it was nearly empty. My morning routine disrupted by small acts of invisible maintenance. The pattern became clear after a week. The changes always happened when I was at work. My schedule was predictable. Leave at the same time, return at the same time. Someone was using those empty hours to enter my space, to live alongside my life without my knowledge. I took a day off, hiding in my bedroom with the curtains drawn. The apartment felt different when I was supposed to be gone. Quieter, expectant. I waited, barely breathing, listening for any sound that didn't belong. The refrigerator door opened with its familiar suction sound. Footsteps moved across the linoleum, soft but deliberate. I pressed my ear to the bedroom door, my heart hammering against my ribs. The footsteps stopped, then started again, moving toward the bedroom. I held my breath, gripping the doorknob. The steps paused just outside. A shadow passed under the door crack. Then, after what felt like an eternity, they retreated. When I finally emerged, there was a new note on the refrigerator. This time, it wasn't a correction. It was an apology. "I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I've been taking care of things since you've been alone. The milk was spoiling. The leftovers were growing mold. You're not eating enough vegetables. I was only trying to help." The handwriting was different now, hurried, emotional, but still with those distinctive loops. I recognized the paper. It was from my own notepad, the one I kept by the phone. Whoever this was had been living in my space long enough to know where I kept my writing supplies. The locks were changed that afternoon. I had security cameras installed, motion sensors, everything I could think of, but the feeling remained. The sense that my privacy had been violated so thoroughly that changing locks felt like closing a door that had already been kicked in. I started staying late at work, coming home at different times. The apartment felt sterile now, untouched. No more rearranged food, no more helpful corrections, just silence and the lingering scent of someone else's presence. But late at night, when the building settled into its familiar creaks and sighs, I would lie awake wondering. The person who had been taking care of me, who had known my schedule, my habits, my needs better than I did, who had they been? A lonely neighbor, someone with their own key to the building, a maintenance worker with access to all the apartments. The red ink corrections had shown genuine concern, knowledge of my life that went beyond simple observation. They had known about my surgery, my recovery, my solitary routines. They had seen me struggling and in their own invasive way had tried to help. I never found out who it was. The landlord claimed no knowledge of unauthorized keys. The neighbors seemed genuinely surprised when I asked careful questions about security. The maintenance staff were all accounted for, their schedules documented and supervised. But sometimes when I open my refrigerator, I still pause, looking for signs of rearrangement, for evidence that someone cares enough about my well-being to invade my privacy. The milk stays where I put it now. The leftovers spoil when I forget about them. The vegetables wilt in the drawer, unused. I take care of myself now, but part of me misses the feeling of being looked after, even by someone I never met, even by someone who entered my home without permission, who violated my space and my trust. The red ink corrections sit in my filing cabinet, evidence of a crime that felt more like misguided kindness. And late at night, when the refrigerator hums its mechanical lullaby, I sometimes wonder if they're still out there, watching, waiting, taking care of someone else who needs it, someone else who's too proud or too afraid to ask for help. The truth is, I was never really alone. Someone had been sharing my space, my life, my daily routines. They had seen me at my most vulnerable and had responded with anonymous care. It was wrong, invasive, criminal, but it was also the most attention anyone had paid to my well-being in years. And now, surrounded by proper locks and security systems, I find myself longing for that sense of being watched over, even if it meant giving up my privacy, even if it meant living with the knowledge that someone could enter my home whenever they chose. The refrigerator keeps my food exactly where I put it now, cold, organized, alone. Crime 6, I was halfway down the stairs when I heard it, a soft chuckle, muffled but intentional, coming from the room I just left. I turned back empty. Everything in place, but the air had shifted, warmer, touched. That night I locked every door, but I still heard it. From inside the closet. The first thing you need to understand is that I've spent my entire career investigating voices. Audio forensics, they call it. I analyze recordings for law enforcement, insurance companies, private investigators. I can tell you if a voice is disguised, if it's been altered, if the speaker is lying based on micro tremors in their vocal cords. My apartment is soundproofed, my equipment calibrated to detect frequencies most people can't even hear. So when I tell you I heard laughter from an empty room, I'm not some hysterical witness. I'm a professional who knows the difference between sound and silence. The case file arrived on a Tuesday. Missing person, adult female, last seen leaving her workplace 3 weeks prior. The police had exhausted their leads. The family hired me to analyze the final voicemail she'd left her sister. Standard procedure: clean up the audio, filter out background noise, identify any voices or sounds that might indicate location or circumstances. I loaded the file into my system. Her voice was steady, controlled, no tremor, no distress markers. She was calling to cancel dinner plans, Nothing unusual except for one detail buried in the frequency analysis, a second voice, barely audible, speaking simultaneously with hers during the final seconds of the message. I isolated it, enhanced it, played it back. It was her voice, the same woman speaking different words at the exact same moment. Two separate conversations, one layered beneath the other. I'd never encountered anything like it. Voices don't overlap with themselves unless there's been tampering, but my equipment detected no digital manipulation. The audio was clean, original, unedited. I called the sister. She lived alone in a converted warehouse space, the kind of place where sound bounces off concrete walls and creates its own echo chamber. When I played her the isolated secondary voice, she went completely silent. I could hear her breathing through the phone, short and shallow. The second voice was saying goodbye, not to her sister, but to someone else, someone who wasn't there during the original call. The sister agreed to meet me at her place. I brought my portable equipment, thinking I might need to record our conversation or test the acoustics of her space. What I found instead was a woman who hadn't slept in weeks, whose hands shook as she poured coffee, whose eyes darted constantly toward the corners of the room. She led me to a desk covered in papers, photographs, phone records, everything related to her missing sister. As she spoke, I noticed something odd about her voice, a slight delay, as if she was unconsciously repeating words a fraction of a second after she'd already said them. The effect was subtle, almost hypnotic. She told me her sister had been acting strangely before she disappeared, talking to herself, but not in the way people do when they're thinking aloud. Full conversations, complete with pauses for responses from someone who wasn't there. She'd mentioned feeling watched, followed, but never by anyone visible. I recorded our conversation. Later, when I analyzed the audio, I found the same phenomenon. The sister's voice layered with itself, carrying on two separate dialogues simultaneously, one directed at me, the other at an unseen presence. The investigation took me to the missing woman's apartment. The landlord let me in, muttering about how he'd been hearing noises from the unit even after she'd gone. Footsteps, voices, the sound of furniture being moved, but every time he checked, the apartment was empty, undisturbed. I set up my equipment in her living room. The space felt dense, overcrowded despite being sparsely furnished. I began recording ambient sound, hoping to capture whatever the landlord had been hearing. The first hour yielded nothing but the usual urban background noise, traffic, distant conversations, the hum of appliances. Then I heard it. A woman's voice speaking my name, not calling out, not questioning, just stating it as if in response to an introduction I hadn't made. I checked my equipment. The voice wasn't coming through the microphones. It was in the room with me, close enough that I could feel the breath behind the words. I turned around, empty space, but the air was different now, charged with the residual energy of a presence that had just been there. I played back the recording, nothing. The voice existed only in the moment, only for me. That night I returned to my apartment and began analyzing everything I'd collected. The original voicemail, the conversation with the sister, the ambient recordings from the missing woman's apartment. As I worked, I started to notice patterns in the audio signatures, frequency matches, vocal print similarities. All the secondary voices, the ones layered beneath the primary conversations, belonged to the same speaker. The missing woman was somehow present in every recording, responding to conversations she shouldn't have been part of. But there was something else, a voice I recognized but couldn't place. Male, older, speaking in fragments that seemed to be instructions or commands. It appeared in the background of every file, so faint it was almost subliminal. I enhanced it, cleaned it up, isolated it from the surrounding audio. When I finally heard it clearly, my blood went cold. It was my own voice, speaking words I'd never said, in conversations I'd never had. I spent the next several days reviewing every case I'd worked on in the past year. Audio files, recordings, evidence logs. In each one, buried beneath the surface, I found traces of the same phenomenon. Voices that shouldn't exist, conversations that couldn't have happened, and threading through all of it, my own voice saying things I had no memory of saying. The sister called me. She'd found something in her missing sister's belongings. A box of recording equipment, professional grade, similar to what I used. Along with it, files labeled with dates and names. My name was on several of them. I went to see the equipment. It was older than mine, modified in ways I didn't recognize. The recordings were corrupted, fragments of conversations that seemed to span years. But in the clearest sections, I could hear multiple people talking, their voices layered and overlapping in impossible ways. And in every recording, underneath it all, was laughter, soft, intentional, like someone enjoying a private joke. I brought the equipment back to my apartment to analyze it properly. As I worked, I began to feel the same sensation I'd experienced in the missing woman's apartment. The air growing warmer, the sense of being watched, the feeling that someone was just outside my field of vision. I set up my own recording equipment to monitor the room while I worked. If something was happening, I wanted to capture it. For hours, nothing. Then, as I was reviewing one of the corrupted files, I heard it again. My name spoken clearly from somewhere behind me. I turned around. The room was empty, but my recording equipment was capturing something. Multiple voices speaking simultaneously, carrying on conversations that seemed to involve me directly. I listened to the playback. I could hear my own voice responding to questions I hadn't heard, agreeing to things I didn't understand. The conversation continued for nearly an hour, but I remembered none of it. I had no memory of speaking at all. Over the following days, I began to understand what was happening. The equipment I'd taken from the missing woman's apartment wasn't just recording sound. It was somehow facilitating communication with something that existed parallel to our reality. The voices weren't ghosts or supernatural entities. They were people, real people, speaking from a place that overlapped with our world but remained separate from it. And I was one of them. The missing woman hadn't disappeared. She'd crossed over into this parallel space where voices could reach across the boundary but bodies couldn't follow. The sister was beginning to make the same transition, her voice already starting to exist in both places simultaneously. I realized I'd been living in both worlds for longer than I could remember. Every case I'd worked on, every voice I'd analyzed, had been preparation for this moment. I'd been studying the phenomenon from the inside without realizing it. The laughter I'd heard that first night hadn't come from my closet. It had come from the other side of reality, from a version of myself that had been watching, waiting, preparing for the moment when I would finally understand what I'd become. Now I sit in my soundproofed apartment, listening to voices that most people can't hear. I take cases, analyze recordings, write reports, but I know the truth. Every voice I study, every conversation I analyze, is a message from the other side of the boundary. And sometimes when I'm working late and the city grows quiet, I can hear them talking about me, planning something, waiting for something. The missing woman's case remains open. The sister stopped returning my calls. The police have moved on to other investigations. But I keep listening, because I know that somewhere in the static, in the spaces between words, in the silence that follows every conversation, there's a voice that knows exactly where I am. And it's laughing. Crime 7, the couch faced the window, always had, but in the morning it was turned toward the wall, not dragged, placed. The rug was perfectly centered beneath it. Photos on the shelf tilted slightly leftward, like the house itself had rotated. I checked outside. The ground hadn't moved. Only everything inside. The first thing I did was call my partner. The phone rang 4 times before going to voicemail. I tried again, same result. My hands were trembling as I set the device down on the kitchen counter next to the coffee mug that wasn't mine. Dark blue ceramic with a chip on the handle. I'd never seen it before. I walked through each room methodically. The bedroom door was ajar when I'd left it closed. The bathroom mirror reflected light differently, as if someone had adjusted the angle. In the study, papers were stacked in neat piles where I'd left them scattered. Someone had been here. Someone had touched everything. The spare key was missing from under the flower pot. I called the police. The officer who arrived was younger than I expected, with tired eyes and a notepad he barely used. He walked through the house with me, nodding at my explanations but writing nothing down. When I showed him the couch, he shrugged. When I pointed out the missing key, he suggested I'd probably moved it myself and forgotten. No signs of forced entry, he said, standing by the front door. Nothing stolen. Maybe you had a friend over who helped tidy up. I hadn't had anyone over in weeks. After he left, I sat in the repositioned couch, staring at the wall instead of the window. The wallpaper had a pattern I'd never noticed before, tiny birds in flight, their wings overlapping in a way that made my eyes water if I looked too long. I'd lived here for 3 years. How had I never seen them? My phone buzzed, a text from my partner. Sorry, was in a meeting, everything okay? I typed back, someone was in my house. The response came quickly, what do you mean? I explained about the furniture, the missing key, the strange mug. The typing indicator appeared and disappeared several times before the reply came. Maybe you're just stressed. You've been working a lot lately. Had I been working a lot, I couldn't remember. The past few weeks felt blurry, like looking through frosted glass. I tried to recall what I'd done yesterday, but the memories wouldn't form properly. I remembered coming home, making dinner, watching something on television, but the details were gone. I found my laptop and checked the browser history. Searches I didn't remember making, articles about sleep disorders, forums about missing time, a medical website about dissociative episodes. The timestamps showed I'd been reading these late into the night, but I had no memory of it. The next morning, more changes. The kitchen chairs were arranged in a perfect circle around the table. The books on my shelf were organized by height rather than topic. In the bathroom, someone had replaced my soap with a different brand, same color, same scent, but a different texture against my skin. I installed security cameras that day, 4 of them covering every entrance and the main living areas. The technician was chatty, asking about my work and whether I lived alone. I answered carefully, not mentioning the changes. He probably thought I was paranoid. That night I stayed awake watching the camera feeds on my phone. The house looked different through the digital lens. Shadows fell in unfamiliar patterns. Corners seemed deeper. I dozed around 3 in the morning. waking to find my phone battery dead despite being plugged in. The cameras had captured nothing, 8 hours of footage, but the timestamp jumped from 3:17 a.m. to 6:45 a.m., over 3 hours missing. The files showed no signs of tampering. It was as if those hours had simply never existed. I called the security company. The representative was polite but unhelpful. "Sometimes the system has minor glitches," she said. "We can send someone out to check the equipment." But I knew the equipment was fine. Someone had been in my house again. The evidence was subtle but unmistakable. The coffee maker was clean, though I'd left it dirty. The newspaper was folded differently. A plant in the living room had been watered, its soil dark and moist. I started taking photos of everything before I went to bed. The position of objects, the way books were arranged, the exact angle of picture frames. In the morning, I'd compare them to how things looked, always small changes, always perfectly executed. My partner came over for dinner. We sat at the round table, and I mentioned how someone had rearranged the chairs. "What chairs?" came the response. "This table has always been round. The chairs have always been in a circle." I stared across the table, searching for recognition in those familiar eyes. "No," I said slowly. "It was rectangular, with 4 chairs, 2 on each side." A gentle laugh. "I think you're confusing it with your old place. This table has been here since you moved in. I helped you pick it out, remember?" I didn't remember, but the certainty in that voice made me question my own memory. Had I been wrong about the table, about the chairs? I excused myself to check the photos on my phone. The folder was empty. Every image I'd taken as evidence was gone. After dinner, I found my partner in the study, reading through my papers. "Just looking at your work," came the explanation. "You've been so stressed lately. I thought I could help organize things." Those papers had been organized already, by someone else. During one of the visits, I couldn't remember. I woke up alone the next morning. No note, no text message. Just the lingering scent of that unfamiliar soap and the sound of footsteps in the hallway that stopped when I sat up to listen. The house felt different in the daylight, smaller somehow, as if the walls had moved closer together during the night. I walked through each room again, but everything looked normal, too normal, like a stage set dressed to look lived in. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching. Carbon monoxide poisoning could cause memory loss, so could certain medications. I had the house tested for gas leaks, checked my prescription bottles, even scheduled a medical appointment. Everything came back normal. But normal didn't explain the spare key I found in my jacket pocket, though I'd never put it there. Normal didn't explain the grocery receipt for items I didn't remember buying. Normal didn't explain why my neighbor mentioned seeing me outside late at night, walking circles around the house when I'd been asleep in bed. At least I thought I'd been asleep. I started leaving myself notes, reminders about the day's events, descriptions of conversations, records of where I'd been, but I'd find them in the morning, my handwriting somehow different, neater, more controlled, as if someone else had been practicing my penmanship. The truth came slowly, like water seeping through a crack in a dam. Not a dramatic revelation, but a gradual acceptance of something I'd been avoiding. The changes weren't random. They were improvements. The house was becoming more organized, more efficient. The person making them knew exactly how I liked things arranged. Because they knew me better than I knew myself. I found the journal hidden in my desk drawer, pages and pages of my own handwriting, documenting everything I'd done, everyone I'd spoken to, every thought I'd had, but I hadn't written it. At least I didn't remember writing it. The final entry was dated yesterday, describing my dinner with my partner in detail, including the conversation about the table. The conversation I'd forgotten until I read it again in my own hand. I'm writing this now, watching the sun set through the window. The couch faces the right direction again. The cameras are still recording, though I know they'll show nothing unusual. Just me moving through my house, rearranging things in my sleep. The spare key is back under the flower pot. I checked. Tomorrow I might remember writing this, or I might find it and think someone else left it for me to discover. The handwriting will look familiar but foreign, like a signature I've practiced too many times. My partner will call, concerned about my stress levels. The police won't find any evidence of intrusion. The security company will blame equipment failure. Everyone will have reasonable explanations for unreasonable things. But I'll know the truth even if I can't hold on to it. The house doesn't shift overnight. The person living in it does. And sometimes that person is someone I don't recognize in the mirror, someone who knows my life better than I do. Someone who might be writing this right now, preparing for me to find it in the morning and wonder who could have known so much about what I was thinking. The coffee mug is still on the counter, dark blue ceramic with a chip on the handle. I think I'll keep it. It feels like home. Crime-ate, they weren't metal groans, they were voices, pleading, screaming. I turned off the water, still heard them. A neighbor suggested flushing the system. I drained the lines, the screams got louder. Now they only stop when I run the bathtub full. I unleave it. The first contractor I called hung up on me. The second one actually showed up, spent 10 minutes listening to my pipes, and left without saying a word. His invoice arrived a week later. No mechanical issues found. Suggest consulting other professionals. I know what he meant, but I also know what I hear. The building super, a man with permanently stained fingers and breath that smells like instant coffee, told me about the previous tenant, a woman who lived here for 3 years before moving out suddenly, left most of her furniture behind, disappeared without collecting her security deposit. Strange woman, he said, avoiding my eyes, always complaining about the water pressure, said it kept her awake. I started keeping records. The sounds always came from the bathroom pipes, specifically the ones behind the wall between the tub and the kitchen. They began softly, almost like whispers, then built to desperate cries that made my chest tighten. The pattern was always the same: silence, then murmurs, then panic. A plumber finally agreed to open the wall. We found standard copper piping, properly installed, no signs of corrosion or blockage, but there was something else. A small leather wallet wedged between 2 joints, water damaged but still intact. Inside, a driver's license belonging to someone I'd never heard of. The photo showed a young woman with dark hair and tired eyes. The plumber seemed nervous, must have fallen during construction, he said, but his voice carried uncertainty. Happens sometimes. I kept the wallet. That evening I researched the name on the license. No missing person reports, no obituaries, but I found something else. A rental application for this same apartment, dated 4 years ago. The signature matched the one on the license. The woman who lived here before me wasn't the first tenant to leave suddenly. I called the building management company. The receptionist transferred me twice before someone finally answered. A woman with a professional voice who seemed prepared for my questions. We maintain strict privacy policies regarding former tenants, she said. I can't discuss specific individuals or circumstances. But you know who I'm asking about. A pause, sir. I'd recommend focusing on your current tenancy. The building has been fully inspected and meets all safety standards. The screams that night were different, more urgent. I pressed my ear against the bathroom wall and heard something that made my blood freeze. Between the desperate cries, I caught fragments of words, my name repeated over and over. I started visiting the building during daytime hours, talking to other residents. Most avoided the conversation, but an elderly man on the third floor eventually opened up. He'd lived here for 15 years and remembered things. The young woman who lived in your unit, he said, glancing around nervously. She came to me once asking about the water sounds. I told her buildings make noises, but she insisted they were voices, said they called her name. What happened to her? She stopped paying rent. Management said she abandoned the property. But I saw her car in the parking garage for weeks after they said she left, just sitting there collecting dust. That night I filled the bathtub completely. The screams stopped just as they always did, but lying in bed I heard something new, footsteps in the apartment above me. Slow, deliberate movements across the floor, then silence. The next morning I checked the building directory. The apartment above mine was listed as vacant. I convinced the super to let me see it. The space was empty except for a single piece of furniture, a bathtub identical to mine, positioned directly above where mine sat. The porcelain was stained dark around the drain, and the smell in the room was suffocating, sweet and metallic like pennies left in water. How long has this unit been empty? I asked. The super's hand shook as he locked the door. Since before you moved in, maybe longer. The building management company stopped returning my calls. I tried visiting their offices, but the address led to a generic office building with no company listing matching their name. The rental agreement I'd signed listed a phone number that was now disconnected. I started documenting everything. Photos of the pipes, recordings of the sounds, copies of documents. But each time I played back the audio, I heard only silence. The photos showed normal plumbing. The wallet I'd found was missing from where I'd left it. A woman at the local library helped me research the building's history. The records showed a pattern stretching back decades. Young women living alone, abandoning their apartments suddenly. Always the same unit, always the same circumstances. But look at this, she said, pointing to a newspaper clipping from 20 years ago. Police investigation. They found evidence of foul play but never pressed charges. The case was closed due to lack of evidence. The article mentioned a suspect, a building employee with access to all units, someone who understood the plumbing system intimately. I confronted the super that evening, found him in the basement working on the boiler. When I mentioned the newspaper article, his hands stopped moving. You don't understand, he said quietly. Some buildings have history. Some sounds are better left alone. You know what happened to those women. He turned to face me, and I saw something in his eyes that made me step back. I know what happens to people who ask too many questions. The next morning I woke to find my apartment door unlocked. Nothing seemed disturbed, but the bathroom felt different. The air was thicker, and the pipes hummed with new intensity. I ran the bathtub full, as I always did. The screams stopped, but this time I noticed something else. The water level was dropping despite the closed drain. slowly, steadily, as if something beneath was pulling it down. I called the police. The officer who arrived was polite but dismissive. He listened to my story, examined the pipes, and found nothing unusual. Old buildings make strange noises, he said. Maybe consider finding a new place. But I couldn't leave, not yet, because I'd started recognizing the voices in the pipes. One of them sounded familiar, like the woman in the driver's license photo, like someone trying to warn me. The pattern was becoming clear. The building wasn't just hiding what happened to those women, it was hiding where they were. I spent the next week investigating the basement, found architectural plans that didn't match the building's current layout, discovered sealed passages and blocked access points. The plumbing system was more complex than it appeared, with additional pipes leading to spaces that shouldn't exist. The super caught me down there. This time he wasn't alone. 2 other men, both with the same dead expression in their eyes. "You should have listened," he said. I ran. Now I'm writing this from another location, but I can still hear them. The voices have followed me. They're not in the pipes anymore. They're in my head, telling me things about the building, about the women, about what's buried beneath the foundation. The screams aren't just coming from the pipes. They're coming from somewhere much deeper. Somewhere that's been collecting voices for years, keeping them trapped in the water system, making them echo through the building like a permanent reminder of what happens to people who discover the truth. I've tried to contact the authorities again, but my phone calls aren't going through. My emails bounce back. The police report I filed has disappeared from their system. The building is still there, people still live in it. Young women still move into that same unit, drawn by the reasonable rent and convenient location. They probably hear the sounds too at first, but then they learn to run the bathtub full, to leave it sitting overnight, to ignore the voices calling their names. Until they can't ignore them anymore. The water is still running somewhere. I can hear it through the walls, through the floors, through the spaces between spaces. It's calling my name now, too. The same desperate play that echoed through those pipes that brought me to this point. I understand now why the previous tenant left her furniture behind, why she never came back for her security deposit, why her car sat in the parking garage for weeks after everyone believed she was gone. She didn't leave. None of them did. And now I know why the screams only stop when the bathtub is full. It's not the water that silences them. It's the weight of what's pressing down from above. Crime 9, it flickered constantly. When I unscrewed it, I saw it tiny, suspended in the filament, a shape, almost organic, like a curled leaf or a small hand. I smashed the bulb. The next morning it was screwed back in. And the shape had moved. I stared at that light bulb for what felt like forever, my coffee growing cold in my hands. The kitchen felt different now, like someone had shifted everything just slightly to the left. The morning light streaming through the window seemed wrong somehow, too bright, too sharp. I reached up and unscrewed the bulb again, holding it close to my face. The shape was still there, but now it looked more like a twisted piece of metal than anything organic. My neighbor knocked on the door while I was examining it. She had that concerned look people get when they're about to deliver bad news wrapped in casual conversation. The woman who lived in the apartment above me had gone missing, she said. Police had been asking questions. When was the last time I'd seen her? I couldn't remember. The days had been blending together lately, work and sleep and the constant flickering of that bulb. But I told her I'd keep an eye out, the way neighbors do. She nodded and left, but not before glancing at the broken glass scattered across my kitchen counter. That evening I found myself standing outside the missing woman's door. The hallway smelled like cleaning solution and something else, something sweet and cloying that made my stomach turn. I pressed my ear to the door, listening for any sign of movement inside. Silence, but not the comfortable kind, the heavy, expectant silence that comes before something breaks. The superintendent let me in the next day. He said the police had already been through everything, but maybe I'd noticed something they missed. The apartment looked exactly like mine, same layout, same fixtures, same cheap laminate flooring. But there was a smell here, that same sweet smell from the hallway, stronger now. It seemed to be coming from the kitchen. I found myself drawn to the light fixture above the sink. Another bulb identical to mine. I unscrewed it carefully, holding my breath, empty, clean, normal. But when I looked closer at the socket, I saw something that made my hands shake. Tiny scratches around the threads, as if someone had been screwing and unscrewing bulbs repeatedly, obsessively. The woman's mail was still piled on her counter. Bills, advertisements, a handwritten letter from someone who signed it, thinking of you always. The handwriting was shaky, uncertain, like someone had been writing in the dark. I recognized that handwriting. I'd seen it before in my own mailbox, on notes slipped under my door. Little messages I'd thought were from building management or fellow tenants. Check your lights, one had said. They're watching through the glass. I'd thrown those notes away, dismissing them as the ramblings of someone unstable. But now, standing in this empty apartment that smelled like decay and cleaning solution, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The police report was public record. I requested it, telling myself I was just being a good neighbor, just trying to help. But when I read it in the fluorescent-lit government building, surrounded by the rustle of papers and the murmur of bureaucratic voices, I felt something shift in my chest. The woman had been calling the police for weeks before she disappeared. Complaints about harassment, about someone entering her apartment, about lights that flickered at all hours. They'd filed the reports dutifully, but there was a note in the margin: possible psychological disturbance. Recommend mental health evaluation. She'd never gotten that evaluation. I started paying attention to the other apartments in my building, walking the halls, listening at doors, watching for signs of life. Mrs. Chen on the third floor mentioned that her bathroom light had been acting up lately, flickering on and off at random intervals. The young man who lived across from me said he'd been finding light bulbs unscrewed in his apartment when he came home from work. He'd assumed his girlfriend had been messing with them, but she swore she hadn't touched anything. The pattern was becoming clear, even as I tried to rationalize it away. Every apartment in the building had been experiencing problems with their lights. Every tenant had received those same cryptic notes, and every single one of us had dismissed them as pranks or the work of someone mentally unstable. I found the master key in the superintendent's office. He'd left it on his desk while he went to grab coffee, and I told myself I was just borrowing it, just checking on things. The building was old, the security was lax, and tenants were disappearing. Someone needed to investigate. The basement storage unit for the missing woman's apartment was in the far corner of the building's cellar, dark, damp, smelling of mold and rust. I used my phone's flashlight to navigate between the metal shelving units and cardboard boxes. Her unit was padlocked, but the metal was old and the lock was cheap. It opened with a few hard yanks. Inside, I found boxes of light bulbs. Dozens of them, all different brands, all containing the same small, dark shapes suspended in the filament. But these weren't random objects or pieces of debris. They were photographs, tiny photographs, reduced and inserted into the bulbs somehow. And when I held them up to the light, I could make out faces. My neighbors, me, all of us, photographed through our windows, in our kitchens, in our bedrooms. My hands were shaking as I opened the last box. Inside were notebooks filled with that same shaky handwriting. Not random observations or paranoid ravings, but detailed logs. When each tenant left for work, when they returned, when their lights went on and off, who visited them, what they ate, what they wore. Month after month of surveillance, all recorded in meticulous detail. But the most disturbing part wasn't the invasion of privacy or the evidence of stalking. It was the signature at the bottom of each page. The same signature that appeared on the building's maintenance logs, on the rental agreements, on the police reports filed by concerned tenants. The superintendent's signature. I climbed the stairs from the basement with those notebooks clutched against my chest, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. Every shadow looked like a person. Every creak of the old building's bones sounded like footsteps. I reached my floor and fumbled with my keys, desperate to get inside, to lock the door, to call the police. But my door was already open. The superintendent was standing in my kitchen, holding a light bulb. He looked older than I remembered, more tired. His hands were steady as he screwed the bulb into the socket above my sink, but his eyes were wild, unfocused. "You found them," he said, not looking at me. "I knew you would eventually. You're the curious type, always poking around, always asking questions." I wanted to run, to scream, to demand answers. Instead, I heard myself ask, "Where is she?" He flicked the switch and the new bulb lit up, casting harsh shadows across the kitchen. She got too close, started putting things together just like you're doing now, started asking the right questions. "What questions?" He smiled, and it was the saddest expression I'd ever seen. She wanted to know why I was watching, why I needed to see into every apartment, every life. She thought I was some kind of predator. "Weren't you?" "I was protecting them, all of you." He gestured toward the window, toward the city beyond. "You don't understand what it's like out there. The real predators, the ones who don't just watch. They come at night when people are alone, when they think they're safe behind their locks and their routine." I backed toward the door, but he didn't try to stop me. He just kept talking, his voice growing more distant, more detached. She was different from the others. She fought back. When she realized what I was doing, she didn't just call the police. She started investigating me, following me, trying to expose me. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. She thought she was so clever, leaving me those notes about the lights, making me think I was the one being watched. "You killed her." "I protected her from them, from the real monsters." He looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw something broken in his eyes. "Just like I protected all of you, every night watching, making sure you were safe, making sure nothing happened to you." I made it to the door, but his voice followed me into the hallway. "You'll understand eventually, when you realize that the only thing standing between you and them was me, was my watching, my caring." I called the police from the lobby, my voice shaking as I tried to explain what I'd found. They arrived within minutes, sirens wailing, boots thundering up the stairs. But when they broke down the door to my apartment, they found it empty. No superintendent, no evidence, no sign that anyone had been there. The light bulb was gone. The notebooks I'd found in the basement were gone too. The storage unit was empty, cleaned out, as if it had never contained anything at all. The police searched the building top to bottom, but found nothing. No sign of the missing woman, no evidence of surveillance, no trace of the superintendent who seemed to have vanished into thin air. They questioned me for hours, their skepticism growing with each detail I provided. A story about photographs hidden in light bulbs, about a caretaker who watched his tenants through modified fixtures, about notebooks full of obsessive surveillance logs. It sounded crazy even to me, and I had lived through it. The building's management company had no record of the superintendent I described. The man who had been caring for the building for the past 2 years, they said, was someone else entirely. Someone who had never met me, never spoken to me, never had access to my apartment. The missing woman's case remained open but inactive. No leads, no suspects, no evidence of foul play. Just another person who had decided to disappear, leaving behind nothing but questions and a slowly growing file in a detective's cabinet. I moved out of the building the next week, found a new apartment across town, installed new locks, changed my phone number. But I still find myself checking the light bulbs in every room, unscrewing them, holding them up to the light, searching for shapes that shouldn't be there. Sometimes I think I see them, tiny dark spots suspended in the filament, watching me from behind the glass. But when I look closer, they're always just air bubbles or manufacturing defects, normal imperfections in normal bulbs. The flickering started again last month, just one bulb in the kitchen above the sink. I've replaced it 3 times, but it keeps happening. A steady, rhythmic pulse that seems to follow no pattern I can understand. I know I should call someone, an electrician maybe, or the building's maintenance crew. But I can't shake the feeling that if I do, if I let someone else into my apartment to fix the problem, I'll be opening a door I can't close again. So I leave it flickering, and sometimes when I'm standing at the sink washing dishes or making coffee, I catch myself looking up at it, watching it pulse in the darkness, wondering if somewhere someone is watching back. The woman upstairs has been very quiet lately. I haven't heard her footsteps or her television or her phone calls through the thin walls. When I pass her door in the hallway, I can smell that same sweet, cloying scent that I remember from before. I haven't knocked to check on her. I probably should. Crime 10, ash fell for days. I hadn't used the fireplace. Still, the grate filled slowly with charred bits of something too thick to be wood. I called a sweep. He found bricks sealed in tight, no flue, no passage, just solid wall behind. But the ash kept coming. And sometimes I hear footsteps in the hearth. The house came with its secrets. I should have known that when I signed the papers. The previous owner had vanished without explanation, leaving behind furniture covered in dust sheets and a smell that lingered in the walls like old smoke. The realtor spoke too quickly, her smile too bright when she mentioned the price reduction. I moved in during autumn when the leaves turned the color of dried blood and the air carried promises of winter. The fireplace dominated the living room, its dark mouth yawning wide, framed by ornate stonework that belonged to an earlier century. I imagined cozy evenings, flames dancing against my face while I read detective novels. The irony wasn't lost on me. The ash started the second week, just a few flakes at first, drifting down like gray snow. I assumed it was residue from previous fires, disturbed by settling wood or wind through the chimney. But when I looked up with a flashlight, I saw only darkness. No stars, no sky, just black emptiness that seemed to swallow the beam. The sweep arrived on a Tuesday. He was younger than I expected, with calloused hands and eyes that had seen too many dirty secrets hidden in chimneys. He worked methodically, running his tools up the flue, muttering to himself as he probed deeper. "This is strange," he said, his voice echoing from inside the firebox. "Real strange." When he emerged, his face was pale beneath the soot. He explained what he'd found, or rather, what he hadn't found. The chimney was fake, a facade. Someone had bricked it up from the inside, creating a hollow space that ended in solid wall. no connection to the roof, no way for smoke to escape, no way for ash to fall. Yet it kept falling. I began collecting samples. The ash was different each morning, sometimes fine and powdery, sometimes coarse with unburned fragments. I held pieces up to the light, turning them between my fingers. Some looked like paper, others resembled fabric, and some had a texture I didn't want to identify. The footsteps started on a Thursday, soft at first, like someone walking carefully across wet leaves. But the sound came from inside the fireplace, as if someone was pacing back and forth in that impossible space behind the sealed bricks. I pressed my ear to the cold stone, listening to the rhythm of steps that shouldn't exist. I researched the house's history at the local library. The records were incomplete, pages missing from crucial years, but I found enough to piece together fragments of the story. The house had belonged to a doctor who practiced here for decades. His wife had died young under mysterious circumstances. Then his daughter had vanished without a trace. The doctor himself had been found dead in his study, apparently from natural causes, though the report mentioned unusual circumstances that were never fully explained. The librarian, an elderly woman with careful eyes, watched me from behind her desk as I copied information. When I asked about the doctor's family, she glanced around nervously before leaning closer. "Some houses hold their secrets tight," she whispered. "Some things are better left buried." But I couldn't leave it alone. The ash continued to fall and the footsteps grew louder. I began to recognize patterns in the sound, the same route repeated endlessly, as if someone was trapped in an endless loop of pacing. Back and forth, always the same rhythm, always the same path. I found the doctor's journal hidden behind a loose board in the basement. His handwriting was precise, clinical, recording observations with scientific detachment. The entries began normally, patient visits, treatment notes, personal reflections. But as I read deeper, the tone changed. He wrote about his wife's illness, her gradual decline, his growing desperation to save her. Then came entries about experimental treatments, procedures he couldn't perform in his office, methods that required privacy and discretion. The final entries were different. Fragmented, guilt-ridden. He wrote about mistakes, about actions that couldn't be undone, about the weight of secrets that pressed down like stones. He mentioned the fireplace repeatedly, how it had served purposes beyond warmth, how it had become something else entirely. I realized I wasn't the first to investigate. Other residents had lived here briefly, asking questions, making inquiries. They'd all left suddenly, abandoning their leases, their security deposits, their belongings. The pattern repeated every few years. Someone would move in, become curious about the house's history, then disappear without explanation. The ash changed color. What had been gray became darker, almost black, with red flecks that caught the light like tiny jewels. The smell changed too, sweet and cloying, like flowers left too long in water. I began to understand what I was breathing, what was coating my lungs with each inhalation. I called the police. The officer who responded was polite but dismissive. He looked at my samples, listened to my concerns, made notes in a small pad, but his eyes held the same careful distance I'd seen in the librarian's face. He knew something. They all knew something. "Old houses make strange noises," he said, closing his notebook. "Settling foundations, wind in the walls, nothing to worry about." But he didn't meet my eyes when he spoke, and he left quickly, as if the house itself made him uncomfortable. I began documenting everything. Photographs of the ash, recordings of the footsteps, measurements of the fireplace dimensions. I mapped the impossible space behind the bricks, calculating volumes that didn't match the house's blueprint. Something was wrong with the geometry, as if the space inside was larger than the space outside. The footsteps became more frequent, not just occasional pacing, but constant movement. Multiple sets of feet, different rhythms, different weights. Sometimes I heard voices, whispers that might have been wind or might have been something else entirely. The sounds were clearest in the early morning, when the house was quiet and the world outside hadn't yet awakened. I found photographs in the doctor's desk, his wife, beautiful and young, standing beside the fireplace when it was new. His daughter, a child with serious eyes, playing with dolls in the same room. But as I studied the images more closely, I noticed details that made my skin crawl. The wife's smile was strained, her eyes hollow. The daughter's toys were arranged in patterns that looked ritualistic, deliberate. And in the background of every photograph, the fireplace gaped like a wound. The truth came to me gradually, like water seeping through cracks in a foundation. The doctor hadn't just practiced medicine in this house. He'd experimented, pushed boundaries, crossed lines that shouldn't be crossed. His wife's death hadn't been from illness, it had been from his attempts to cure her. His daughter's disappearance hadn't been mysterious, it had been necessary to cover his tracks. The fireplace had been his incinerator, his disposal method, his secret. And somehow, impossibly, it was still working. The ash wasn't falling from above. It was rising from below, from a space that existed outside normal physics, outside normal time. The footsteps weren't echoes, they were ongoing, endless, the sound of people who couldn't rest, couldn't escape, couldn't find peace. I should have left then, packed my things and walked away like all the others before me, but I couldn't. The house held me as tightly as it held its other secrets. Every morning brought new ash, new sounds, new evidence of horrors that had never been acknowledged, never been answered for. The doctor's journal contained one final entry, written in a shaking hand just before his death. He described the weight of guilt, the impossibility of redemption, the knowledge that some actions echo forever through time and space. He wrote about the fireplace, how it had become a gateway to somewhere else, somewhere that existed between what was and what should have been. He'd sealed it with bricks, thinking that would end it, but some things can't be contained by mortar and stone. Some secrets burn eternal, producing ash that falls like snow, footsteps that echo like heartbeats, voices that whisper truths no one wants to hear. I still live in the house, I still collect the ash, I still listen to the footsteps. And sometimes, when the wind is right and the house is quiet, I think I hear my own voice among the whispers, calling out from a place I haven't reached yet, warning someone who will never listen, just as I never listened. The chimney wasn't hollow, it was full of things that couldn't burn completely, couldn't be destroyed, couldn't be forgotten. And now I'm part of that collection, another voice in the chorus, another set of footsteps wearing grooves in the impossible floor of a space that exists only in the gaps between what we know and what we fear. The ash still falls, the footsteps still echo, and sometimes when I'm very quiet, I can hear new voices joining the chorus, future residents who will ask the same questions, make the same discoveries, face the same choice between truth and sanity. They'll collect the ash, they'll listen to the footsteps, they'll find the journal, read the photographs, piece together the story, and eventually they'll understand that some houses don't just hold secrets. They become them. Crime 11, handwritten envelopes, yellowed paper, my name scrawled in ink I didn't recognize. Each note more frantic, apologies, warnings, then accusations. I never opened them until I saw one that said, "I know what you buried." And it was dated next week. The mailbox stood at the end of my gravel driveway like a sentinel. Metal painted forest green, the kind that weathers storms and keeps secrets. I'd been walking past it for 3 years, collecting bills and advertisements, never noticing the stack of letters wedged behind the official mail. They were thin, almost translucent from handling, tied with kitchen twine that had darkened with age. The first letter trembled in my hands. The paper felt wrong, too smooth, too deliberate. The handwriting slanted backward as if the writer had been left-handed or writing in a mirror. "I'm sorry," it began. "I never meant for any of this to happen." The ground was softer than I thought it would be. The shovel made sounds I can't forget. I sat on my porch steps, the wooden boards creaking under my weight. The afternoon light filtered through the oak trees, casting shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. The second letter was shorter. "You have to understand, there was no choice. The bag was heavier than expected. My back still aches when it rains." My neighbor's dog barked once, then fell silent. The kind of silence that feels unnatural, like even the animals knew something was wrong. I opened the third letter. The handwriting was shakier now, the pen pressed deeper into the paper. "I see you in the windows at night, you know, don't you? You've always known." The fourth letter made my skin crawl. The smell took weeks to go away. I burned sage. I burned everything. But it clings to clothes, to memory. You can't wash away what we did. What we did, the word sat in my stomach like spoiled milk. I'd never done anything. I'd never buried anything. I'd never even owned a shovel until I moved here, and even then, I'd only used it to plant the rose bushes by the front door. The fifth letter was different, angry. "Stop pretending you don't remember. Stop acting like you're innocent." I carried the weight alone for too long, the dirt under my fingernails. The way the ground settled afterward, you watched, you knew. I walked inside, leaving the letters scattered on the porch. The kitchen felt smaller than usual, the walls pressing inward. I poured myself a glass of water, but my hands shook so badly I spilled half of it on the counter. The liquid spread across the surface, forming shapes that looked almost like letters. When I returned to the porch, the letters were gone, not blown away by wind, gone, vanished as if they'd never existed. Only the kitchen twine remained, coiled on the wooden boards like a snake. I drove to the post office the next morning. The clerk was a woman with tired eyes and fingers stained with ink. She flipped through a logbook, her movements mechanical and precise. "No," she said without looking up. "No letters have been delivered to your address in the past month. Are you sure you have the right postal code?" I was sure. I'd been sure of everything until I found those letters. The local police station smelled like coffee and disappointment. The officer who took my statement was young, with a badge that still gleamed. He wrote down everything I said, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. "So you found letters," he said slowly, "but now they're gone, and you don't know who wrote them." The handwriting was distinctive, I insisted. Left-handed, or maybe they were writing with their non-dominant hand. People do that sometimes when they're trying to disguise their writing. He nodded, but his pen had stopped moving, and these letters mentioned burying something. "Well, yes, but you don't know what." "No, and you don't know where." I shook my head. The officer closed his notepad. "If you find any physical evidence, bring it in. Until then, there's not much we can do." I spent the evening walking around my property. The ground was normal, grass, dirt, the usual collection of rocks and fallen branches. But I found myself looking for disturbed earth, for places where the grass grew differently, for signs that something had been buried and covered up. The rose bushes by the front door bothered me. I'd planted them myself, but now I couldn't remember why I'd chosen that particular spot. The soil had been loose there, easier to dig than anywhere else. I'd thought it was lucky at the time. That night I dreamed of digging, not the careful, methodical digging of gardening, but frantic, desperate digging. In the dream, my hands were covered in dirt, and someone was watching me from the kitchen window. When I woke up, there was soil under my fingernails. I hadn't been outside since the afternoon before. The next day I found a shovel in my garage. It was old, the metal blade nicked and stained. I'd never seen it before, but it felt familiar in my hands. The weight was right. The grip fit perfectly. When I held it, I could almost remember using it. I dug up the rose bushes. The roots came up easily, too easily for plants that had been growing for 3 years. Underneath, the soil was dark and rich. It smelled like rain and something else, something organic and wrong. I kept digging. The hole grew deeper, wider. My back ached, but I couldn't stop. The rhythm was hypnotic. Scoop, lift, dump, scoop, lift, dump. The sound of the shovel cutting through earth became the only sound in the world. 2 feet down, I hit something solid. Not rock, not root, something wrapped in plastic. I brushed away the dirt with my hands, my heart hammering against my ribs. The plastic was thick, industrial, the kind used for construction or disposal. Through the translucent material, I could see fabric, dark fabric, and something else, something that might have been hair. I sat back on my heels, staring into the hole. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the yard, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw someone standing at the kitchen window. But when I looked directly, no one was there. I covered the hole carefully, methodically. I replanted the rose bushes, watering them until the soil was dark and settled. By the time I finished, the sun was setting, and the yard looked exactly as it had that morning. But I knew what was underneath. That night I found another letter in my mailbox. This one was different. The paper was fresh, the ink still wet, the handwriting was mine. I remember now, it said. I remember digging. I remember the weight. I remember watching from the kitchen window while someone else covered it up. I remember forgetting on purpose. I remember choosing to forget. At the bottom, in the same handwriting, were the words, "The mailbox held old letters," but the newest one was always the hardest to read. I looked at the date on the letter. It was tomorrow's date, written in my hand, in ink I didn't remember buying, about memories I didn't remember having. I walked back to the house, leaving the letter in the mailbox. Behind me I could hear the sound of digging, rhythmic, familiar, the sound of a shovel cutting through earth that had been disturbed before. I didn't look back. Some truths are too heavy to carry alone, but too dangerous to share. The ground remembers what we choose to forget, and sometimes the only way to bury the past is to dig it up first. The mailbox holds old letters, but the newest ones are always the hardest to read. Because sometimes the person writing them is the same person trying to forget they exist. Crime 12, the vents pushed cool air, but when I stood near one I felt warmth pulse outward, like breath slow, measured. I put my hand over the grill. Something soft brushed against my palm. I shut off the unit, but the breathing never stopped. I had been living in the apartment for 3 months when I first noticed it. The previous tenant had left behind a few things, a coffee mug with a chip in the handle, some paperwork scattered in the kitchen drawer, and what appeared to be maintenance records for the building's HVAC system. I almost threw them away, but something about the handwriting caught my attention. The notes were meticulous, obsessive even. Temperatures recorded every few hours, complaints about strange noises. multiple requests for system inspections. The property manager, a woman with tired eyes and paint-stained fingers, had mentioned that the previous tenant had been particular about the air conditioning. She said it with the kind of smile that suggests there's more to the story, but I didn't press. I was grateful to have found an affordable place in such a competitive market. The first few weeks were normal. The unit worked perfectly, cycling on and off as it should. But then I started noticing the inconsistencies. The thermostat would read one temperature, but the air coming from the vents felt different. Sometimes warmer, sometimes with an almost humid quality that didn't match the settings. I began keeping my own log, partly out of curiosity and partly because I was starting to understand why the previous tenant had been so meticulous. There were patterns that didn't make sense. The system would run for exactly the same duration each cycle, regardless of the temperature differential. The airflow from the bedroom vent was consistently weaker than the others, even though it was closest to the main unit. The building's maintenance man, an elderly gentleman with calloused hands and a slow way of speaking, came by when I called about the irregularities. He spent an hour examining the system, checking filters, testing airflow. He found nothing wrong, but as he was leaving, he mentioned that the previous tenant had called him at least once a week with similar concerns. She was convinced something was living in the ducts, he said, shaking his head. I must have crawled through every inch of that system, never found anything but dust and the occasional dead bug. That night I lay in bed listening to the gentle hum of the air conditioner. It was a comforting sound, white noise that should have helped me sleep, but I found myself focusing on the subtle variations in the rhythm. It almost sounded like breathing, deep inhale, slow exhale. The pauses between cycles felt too deliberate, too human. I started researching the building's history. It was older than I had initially thought, built in the early 80s during a time when construction standards were different. The air conditioning system had been retrofitted several times over the years, with ducts running through walls and spaces that were never designed for modern HVAC equipment. The previous tenant's name was listed on some of the maintenance requests I found in the building's records. I won't use her name, but I'll call her the teacher. She had lived here for over 5 years, and her complaints had become increasingly frequent in the final months of her tenancy. The records showed multiple visits from different contractors, each one finding nothing mechanically wrong with the system. I found her forwarding address in the building's files and decided to reach out. She lived across town now, in a newer building with central air. When I called, she was initially reluctant to talk, but something in my voice must have convinced her that I wasn't crazy. You feel it too, don't you? She asked without preamble, the breathing. We met at a coffee shop halfway between our apartments. She was younger than I had expected, with nervous hands that constantly moved, adjusting her hair, turning her coffee cup, tapping against the table. She had been a substitute teacher, she explained, working at different schools throughout the district. The flexible schedule had been perfect for the apartment, since she was home during the day when the air conditioning ran most frequently. It started small, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Just a feeling that something wasn't right. The air would feel different sometimes, like it was coming from somewhere else, somewhere that wasn't quite clean. She described the same inconsistencies I had noticed. The temperature variations, the strange cycling patterns, the way certain vents seemed to behave differently than others. But she had gone further in her investigation than I had. She had actually opened some of the vent covers, crawled into the spaces between walls, traced the ductwork as far as she could. There are sections that don't make sense, she explained. Ducts that lead to spaces that shouldn't exist. dead ends that feel like they connect to something, but you can't see what. She pulled out a folder of photographs she had taken during her explorations. The images were grainy, taken with a phone's flashlight in tight spaces, but they showed ductwork that seemed to branch off in unexpected directions. Some of the metal looked older than the rest, as if it had been part of an earlier system that was never completely removed. "I found something else," she said, hesitating before pulling out a small plastic bag. Inside was what looked like a piece of fabric, stained and torn. It was caught on a junction near the bedroom vent. It's not from anything I owned. The fabric was a pale yellow, soft, but with an odd texture. It had been torn roughly, as if pulled free by force. There were dark stains on one edge that could have been anything: rust, dirt, or something else entirely. "The police wouldn't take it seriously," she continued. "They said it was probably just something left behind by a previous tenant or a maintenance worker, but I had been living there for 5 years. I knew every inch of that place. This wasn't there before." I asked her why she had finally moved out. She looked down at her hands, which had stopped moving for the first time during our conversation. "I started hearing more than just the breathing," she said. "There were sounds that seemed to come from inside the walls, not mechanical sounds, not the normal settling of a building. Sounds that seemed almost like movement, like something was in there moving around." She had set up a recording device near the bedroom vent, leaving it running overnight. The audio file she played for me was mostly the expected sounds of an air conditioning system: the hum of the motor, the whisper of air through ducts, the occasional click of the thermostat. But there were other sounds too. Soft scraping noises that didn't correspond to any normal system operation, and at one point what sounded distinctly like a muffled voice. "I enhanced the audio as much as I could," she said. "I think someone was trying to say something, but I could never make out the words." After our meeting, I returned to my apartment with a new sense of unease. The air conditioning was running when I walked in, filling the space with its familiar hum, but now I heard it differently. The rhythm that had seemed merely irregular before now felt deliberately paced. The breathing quality was unmistakable once you knew to listen for it. I decided to follow the teacher's example and investigate the ductwork myself. I started with the bedroom vent, the one with the consistently weaker airflow. The cover came off easily, revealing a square opening that led into darkness. I used my phone's flashlight to peer inside, but the beam only penetrated a few feet before being swallowed by the shadows. The space was larger than I had expected, with room to crawl if necessary. The metal ductwork was indeed a mixture of old and new, with sections that clearly belonged to different eras of construction. Some of the joints were sealed with what looked like recent work, while others seemed to have been there for decades. I followed the main duct toward what I assumed was the central unit, but the path curved in unexpected ways. The building's layout from the inside of the ducts didn't match what I thought I knew about the apartment structure. There were branches that led off into spaces that shouldn't exist, dead ends that felt like they should connect to something. And then I found it. In a junction between the bedroom and living room vents, tucked into a space that was barely large enough to accommodate it, was a small opening that had been sealed with newer metal and what looked like industrial adhesive. The seal was good, but not perfect. There was a gap along one edge, just large enough to allow air to pass through. I put my face close to the opening and breathed in. The air that came through was different from the rest of the system. It had a staleness to it, a quality that suggested it had been trapped in a confined space for a long time, and underneath that something else, a scent that was almost organic, almost human. I tried to pry the seal loose, but it had been applied with serious intent. This wasn't a quick patch job. Someone had wanted this opening closed permanently. The work was recent too, based on the condition of the metal and the type of adhesive used. I backed out of the ductwork and sat in my bedroom, staring at the vent. The air conditioning was still running, but now I could hear the difference in the airflow. Some of the air was coming from the main system, but some was seeping through from somewhere else, from the space behind the seal. I called the maintenance man and asked him about the sealed opening. He was quiet for a long time before answering. "That was done before I started working here," he said, "but I heard about it. There was some kind of problem with the original ductwork, something about a dead space that was causing airflow issues." He didn't sound convinced by his own explanation. When I pressed him for more details, he suggested I speak with the building's owner, a man who had inherited the property from his father and rarely visited in person. The owner was reluctant to meet, but agreed to a phone conversation. He sounded tired, like someone who had been asked these questions before and didn't enjoy the answers he had to give. "The building has a complicated history," he said. "When my father bought it, it had been vacant for several years. The previous owner had started some renovations but never finished them. There were spaces that had been created during construction that weren't part of the original design." He explained that when the air conditioning system was installed, the contractors had discovered a sealed room that wasn't on any of the building's blueprints. It was small, maybe the size of a closet, but it was completely enclosed within the walls of the building. The contractors had found it by accident when they were running new ductwork. "Was there anything in the room?" I asked. Another long pause. "You should talk to the contractors who found it. I can give you their contact information." The contracting company was still in business, though under new ownership. The man who answered the phone was the son of the original owner, and he remembered the job clearly. His father had died several years earlier, but had talked about the discovery frequently. "My dad never forgot about that room," he said. "It bothered him for years. He said it felt like someone had been living in there, but that was impossible. There was no way in or out except through the walls." They had found evidence of habitation, a makeshift bed, some personal items, containers that had been used for food and water, but no way to determine how long the space had been occupied or how someone had gotten inside. "The strangest part was the air supply," he continued. "Someone had tapped into the building's original ventilation system. It was clever work, almost professional. They had created a way to breathe without anyone knowing they were there. The room had been sealed after the discovery, and the building's owner had insisted that the work be done thoroughly. No one wanted to deal with the legal implications of an unauthorized occupant, especially one who might have been living in the walls for an unknown period of time." "Did you ever find out who it was?" I asked. "No, the police investigated, but there wasn't enough evidence to pursue it. Could have been anyone. A squatter, someone avoiding rent, someone hiding from something. My dad always thought it was someone who knew the building well, someone who understood the layout and the systems." That night I lay in bed listening to the air conditioning with new understanding. The breathing wasn't coming from the machine itself, but from the sealed space behind the ductwork. Someone had lived there, had breathed there, and somehow their presence had left a mark on the building's systems. But the more I thought about it, the more questions arose. The contracting work had been done years ago, according to the owner. The room had been sealed permanently. So why did the breathing continue? Why did the air still carry that strange, organic quality? I started paying closer attention to the other tenants in the building. There were only 4 apartments, and I had met most of my neighbors in passing. They seemed normal enough, a retired couple, a young professional, a woman who worked variable shifts and kept irregular hours. But I noticed things now that I hadn't before. The way conversations would stop when I approached. The way certain neighbors seemed to avoid using the building's main entrance at specific times. The way the woman with irregular hours sometimes seemed to be coming from inside the building rather than from outside. I decided to test a theory. I started documenting the breathing patterns more carefully, noting not just when they occurred, but how they correlated with the movement of people in the building. The patterns were consistent in a way that suggested they weren't random. They followed a schedule, a rhythm that matched human activity. The breakthrough came when I realized that the breathing was strongest during times when the building should have been empty. When everyone was at work, when the retired couple was out shopping, when the young professional was traveling for business. The breathing was most noticeable when I should have been the only person in the building. I started listening more carefully to the sounds that came through the walls. The teacher had been right about hearing movement, but I think she had misunderstood the source. The sounds weren't coming from inside the ductwork itself. They were coming from the spaces adjacent to the ductwork, spaces that someone who understood the building's layout could access. I began to suspect that the sealed room wasn't the end of the story. It was just the beginning. Someone had been living in the building's hidden spaces, and the discovery by the contractors had forced them to adapt, to find new ways to exist within the walls. The air conditioning system had become their lifeline, their connection to the occupied spaces of the building. The breathing I heard wasn't residual or imagined. It was active, current, happening in real time. I started staying home at unexpected times, claiming illness or personal days. I wanted to catch the breathing when it should have been strongest, when the building's secret occupant would feel safest to move around. And I did catch it, not just the breathing but the movement, soft footsteps that seemed to come from inside the walls, the gentle scraping of something being moved or adjusted, the barely audible sound of a voice talking to itself or perhaps to someone else. I never found another way into the hidden spaces. The building's construction was too solid, too well sealed, but I became certain that someone was still there, still living in the spaces between the walls, still breathing through the air conditioning system. The question that haunted me was simple. Who was it? Was it the same person who had been discovered years ago, someone who had found a way to continue living in the building despite the contractor's efforts? Or was it someone new, someone who had discovered the sacred and decided to make use of it? I thought about the previous tenant, the teacher, and her obsessive documentation of the system's irregularities. I thought about the maintenance man's resigned acceptance of complaints he couldn't solve. I thought about the building owner's reluctance to discuss the history in detail. And I thought about my neighbors, the people who lived in the building's official spaces, but who seemed to know more than they were willing to share. The breathing continues. Every day, every night, the air conditioning system carries with it the evidence of someone's presence. Someone who has chosen to live in the spaces between the walls, someone who has found a way to exist without being seen. I have become like the teacher, documenting every irregularity, every sound, every strange moment, but I have also become something else. I have become complicit because I know someone is there and I haven't called the police. I haven't demanded that the building owner investigate further. Maybe it's because I understand the appeal of disappearing, of finding a space where no one can find you. Maybe it's because I recognize something in the rhythm of the breathing, something that suggests the person behind the walls is more afraid than threatening. Or maybe it's because I've started to suspect that the person living in the hidden spaces isn't a stranger at all. Maybe there's someone I know, someone who has been watching and listening, someone who understands my daily routine because they've been sharing my space all along. The air conditioner breathes and I breathe with it. We have become part of the same system, connected by the same air, the same rhythm, the same secret, and I no longer know who is hiding from whom. Crime 13, it used to show a field, distant hills, but now the hills are gone, the grass is closer, the perspective lower. Like someone was walking toward the viewer. And in the most recent version, there's a shadow stretching into the frame. Not cast by anything visible. I first noticed the change when I was clearing out my grandmother's house. The painting had hung in her living room for as long as I could remember. A simple landscape, nothing remarkable. But as I wrapped it in newspaper, something felt wrong. The composition was different. The horizon line had shifted. I convinced myself it was grief playing tricks on my memory. People see what they want to see, especially when loss clouds their judgment. But the feeling persisted as I hung the painting in my own home, in the hallway where I'd pass it multiple times each day. The grass in the foreground seemed more detailed now. Individual blades caught light that hadn't been there before. The texture was almost photographic, as if someone had painted over the original work with meticulous care. Yet the brush strokes matched perfectly. The same artist's hand, the same technique. I began photographing the painting daily, a habit that started as documentation became an obsession. Each morning I'd capture the image from the same angle, using the same lighting. The differences were subtle but undeniable. The shadow crept forward by inches. The perspective continued to lower, as if the viewpoint was gradually sinking toward the ground. My neighbor, an elderly woman who'd known my grandmother for decades, visited one afternoon. She stood before the painting for a long time, her face troubled. "That's not how I remember it," she said softly. "Your grandmother showed me this painting many times. It was peaceful, serene. This feels different." She described the original version exactly as I remembered it. Rolling hills in the distance, a wide field stretching toward the horizon, no shadow, no sense of movement or approach. "Did she ever mention the artist?" I asked. "Oh yes, her nephew painted it, such a talented young man, but he had troubles, mental health issues. He disappeared about 10 years ago. No one knows what happened to him." The nephew's name was common, forgettable. I found references to him in old family letters stored in my grandmother's attic. He'd been struggling with severe depression and paranoid delusions. The last letter, written in shaky handwriting, mentioned watchers and figures in the grass. My grandmother had been worried about him, but the family had lost contact after he moved away. I contacted the local police department, asking about missing persons reports from that time period. The officer I spoke with was helpful but cautious. Yes, there had been a report. No, the case had never been solved. The nephew had simply vanished from his apartment, leaving behind only his art supplies and several unfinished paintings. "Any idea what happened to those paintings?" I asked. "Probably thrown away. Landlord would have cleared the place out after a few months." But I couldn't shake the feeling that one of those paintings might still exist, might be changing. I began researching the nephew's background more thoroughly. Hospital records showed multiple admissions for psychological evaluation. He claimed that his paintings were alive and watching him. Doctors had diagnosed him with schizophrenia, but the family letters suggested something more complex. His delusions weren't random. They were specific, consistent, always involving figures approaching through tall grass. The breakthrough came when I found his old therapist, now retired but willing to speak about her former patient. She remembered him clearly. He was convinced that his paintings were portals, she told me over coffee. That through them he could see things that were happening in real places. He'd paint a landscape, then claim he could watch events unfold within it. Of course, we treated it as a symptom of his condition. Did he ever mention a specific painting, one showing a field with hills? Her expression changed. He talked about that one constantly, said it was the clearest view he'd ever achieved. He could see everything happening in that field, including his own death. The room felt suddenly cold, his death. He claimed he could see his own body in the grass, said someone was walking toward it, getting closer each day. He became obsessed with the idea that when the figure reached him in the painting, he would die in real life. I left that meeting with trembling hands. The photograph I'd taken that morning showed the shadow now covering nearly half the canvas. The perspective had lowered even further, as if the viewpoint was now at ground level, looking up through the grass. That evening I called the police officer again. This time I asked about the location where the nephew had last been seen. The description matched the landscape in the painting perfectly. A field outside town, bordered by hills, accessible by a dirt road that few people traveled. We searched that area thoroughly, the officer assured me. Multiple times, dogs, helicopters, ground teams, nothing. But I knew I had to see the place myself. The drive took me through winding country roads until I reached a gate marked with faded no trespassing signs. The field beyond was exactly as depicted in the painting. Every detail matched: the roll of the hills, the texture of the grass, the way the light fell across the landscape. I walked into the field, my footsteps muffled by the thick grass. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the whisper of wind through the stalks. I moved slowly, searching for any sign of disturbance, any indication that someone had been here. The grass was tall enough to hide a body, dense enough to preserve remains for years. As I pushed deeper into the field, I realized how easy it would be for someone to disappear here, how simple it would be to walk into this place and never walk out. I found him near the center of the field. The bones were scattered but still recognizable as human. Clothing fragments clung to the skeletal remains. A wallet, weathered but intact, contained identification. The nephew's face stared back at me from a driver's license that had expired years ago. But there was something else, something that made my blood run cold. Fresh footprints in the soft earth around the remains, large boots, leading away from the bones in a straight line toward the edge of the field. Recent prints made within the last few days. Someone had been here, someone who knew exactly where to look. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, the footprints had been obscured by wind and rain. The officers took my statement, photographed the scene, and promised a full investigation. But I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They thought I was another amateur detective, trying to solve a cold case with amateur theories. That night I stood before the painting again. The shadow now covered the entire canvas except for a small strip at the top. The perspective had reached its lowest point, as if the viewer was lying on the ground, looking up through the grass. And in the newest version, I could see something else. A figure standing at the edge of the frame, tall, indistinct, watching. I realized then that the painting had never been showing the nephew's death. It had been showing mine. The nephew had painted what he could see, and what he could see was someone walking through that field, approaching the spot where his body lay, someone who would eventually find him, someone who would take his place in the painting's vision. The footprints I'd found hadn't been left by someone else. They'd been my own, made during visits I couldn't remember. The painting had been calling me to that field day after day until I'd finally answered. I tried to remove the painting from my wall, but my hands wouldn't obey. I tried to turn away, but my eyes kept returning to the canvas. The figure in the frame was clearer now, familiar. It was me, standing in the field where I'd found the bones, where I'd left my own footprints, where I'd felt the grass whisper my name. The painting shows truth, always has. The nephew had seen his own death because he'd been painting his own future, and now it was painting mine. I understand now why he disappeared. The painting doesn't just show what will happen, it makes it happen. Each day, as the perspective changes, as the shadow advances, as the figure approaches, the viewer is drawn deeper into the scene, until there's no distinction between the painting and reality, until you become part of the landscape forever. The police investigation into the nephew's death was brief. They ruled it a suicide despite the lack of evidence. Case closed, file archived, another missing person found, another statistic resolved. But I know better. I know the painting will continue to change. The shadow will retreat, the perspective will rise, and eventually someone else will inherit the canvas. Someone else will notice the subtle shifts in composition. Someone else will feel compelled to investigate. And the cycle will begin again. The painting hangs in my hallway still. I pass it multiple times each day, but I no longer look at it directly. I've learned to keep my eyes averted, to focus on the floor or the opposite wall, because when I do look, I see the figure more clearly, see it waiting at the edge of the frame. Waiting for the next viewer to notice the changes, the next person to wonder why the perspective keeps shifting, the next soul to walk into that field and discover what lies hidden in the grass. The painting never lies, it only shows what it sees, and what it sees is always the same thing. Someone walking toward the viewer, someone approaching through the tall grass, someone who doesn't realize they're already part of the landscape. Someone who thinks they're solving a mystery when they're actually fulfilling a prophecy. The hills are gone now, the grass is closer, the perspective lower. Like someone was walking toward the viewer. And in the most recent version, there's a shadow stretching into the frame. Not cast by anything visible, but cast by someone who no longer exists outside the painting. Crime 14, I scrubbed, swept, polished, every surface spotless. Then muddy footprints appeared, small, bare, leading in from nowhere. I watched them form once, materializing print by print. And at the end of the trail, something was breathing. The detective assigned to the case had kind eyes but tired hands. She held her pen like it weighed more than it should. When I told her about the footprints, she wrote something down, then looked at me with that expression I was starting to recognize. The one that said she'd heard stranger things, but not by much. You mentioned the child next door, she said, flipping through her notepad, the one who went missing. I nodded. The little girl had vanished 3 weeks ago. The whole neighborhood had searched. Volunteers combed through every yard, every basement, every forgotten corner where a child might hide or be hidden. They found nothing. Not a shoe, not a strand of hair, not even a clear timeline of when she'd last been seen. Tell me about the footprints again. I described them, small, maybe a size 2 or 3. The mud was dark, almost black, with tiny fragments of leaves pressed into it. But here's what I couldn't make sense of. The prints were warm. Not room temperature, but actually warm, like they'd just been made by living feet. The detective's pen stopped moving. You touched them. I had to clean them up. She made another note, and they kept appearing. Every morning, always the same path, from the front door to the kitchen, then to the basement door. The basement door, that's where the breathing sound came from. Not human breathing exactly, more like the sound of air moving through something small and constricted, like a child trying to breathe through a stuffy nose. I'd called the police about the sounds first, before I noticed the footprints. They'd searched the basement twice. Empty boxes, old furniture, a water heater that made normal water heater sounds, nothing else, but the breathing continued. The detective closed her notepad. I'd like to speak with your neighbor again, the one who saw the child playing in your yard. I'd forgotten about that. The elderly woman who lived across the street had mentioned seeing the missing girl in my backyard the afternoon before she disappeared. Playing alone, she'd said, just standing there looking up at my house. I never saw her, I told the detective. I was home all day. You were home, but you didn't see her. The question hung in the air between us. I realized how it sounded. A child goes missing. A neighbor reports seeing her at my house. Strange sounds come from my basement. Footprints appear in my kitchen. I work from home, I said. I'm usually in the office upstairs. I might not notice someone in the backyard. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't entirely true. I'd been restless that afternoon, moving from room to room, unable to concentrate. I'd looked out the kitchen window several times. The backyard was empty. I was certain of it. The detective left her card, said she'd be in touch. That night I sat in my kitchen, staring at the spot where the footprints usually appeared. The floor was clean. I'd mopped it twice. Then I heard it, the breathing from the basement. I'd been avoiding the basement since the police searches. Something about the way the officers had looked at each other when they came back upstairs. Not relieved, exactly. More like they'd seen something they couldn't quite name. I opened the basement door. The breathing stopped. The stairs creaked under my weight. I'd been meaning to fix them for months. The basement smelled different than usual. Not musty or damp, but sweet, like the smell of children's shampoo. I found the source of the smell behind the water heater. A small space I'd never noticed before, just big enough for a child to crawl into. The wall had been recently disturbed, scratches in the paint as if small fingers had clawed at it. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone to call the detective, but before I could dial, I heard footsteps upstairs. Small, bare feet moving across my kitchen floor. I climbed the stairs slowly. The kitchen was empty, but the floor was covered in those same dark footprints. They led from the basement door to the back door, which stood slightly open. Outside, I could see a figure in the backyard, small, child-sized, standing exactly where the neighbor had said she'd seen the missing girl. "Hello," I called out. The figure turned. It was her, the missing child, but something was wrong with her face. It was too pale, too still, and her eyes held a question I couldn't answer. She raised one small hand and pointed at me, then at the house. then at the ground beneath my feet. I understood she was trying to tell me something about what had happened to her, something about my house, about the basement. But when I blinked, she was gone. The detective returned the next morning. She had a search warrant and a team of officers with shovels. They went straight to the basement, to the space behind the water heater. They found disturbed earth, fresh digging, and something else. Something that made one of the officers rush outside to be sick. "We need to ask you some questions," the detective said. Her kind eyes weren't kind anymore. I wanted to tell her about the footprints, about the breathing, about the girl in the backyard, but I realized how it would sound, like the desperate lies of someone who'd been caught. "I don't know how this happened," I said instead. And that was true. I didn't know how any of it had happened. The missing child, the basement, the footprints that appeared each morning like accusations written in mud. But I was starting to suspect something else, something that made my stomach turn and my hands shake. I was starting to suspect that maybe I did know, maybe I'd always known. The detective was watching my face carefully. "You mentioned you work from home. What kind of work?" I told her computer programming, freelance projects, work that kept me isolated, alone with my thoughts for long stretches. "Any gaps in your memory recently, days that seem foggy or unclear?" I thought about the afternoon the child had disappeared, how restless I'd been, how I'd moved from room to room, unable to settle, how I'd looked out the kitchen window and seen an empty backyard. But there was something else, a flash of memory that didn't quite fit, a small voice asking for help, a door closing, the sound of crying that stopped too suddenly. I said slowly, I think I might need a lawyer." The detective nodded. "That might be wise." They arrested me that afternoon. The evidence was overwhelming. The child's body in my basement, my fingerprints on the disturbed earth, no alibi for the time of her disappearance. But here's what haunts me even now. The footprints stopped appearing after they found her body. The breathing from the basement fell silent. It was as if she'd been trying to tell me something all along, as if she'd been waiting for someone to find her. And maybe in some terrible way, she'd been waiting for me to remember what I'd done. The trial was swift. The evidence was clear. I was sentenced to life without parole. But sometimes in my cell I still wonder if the footprints were real, wonder if the breathing was something more than my guilty conscience, wonder if a dead child can leave muddy prints on a clean floor. Or wonder if I'm exactly the kind of person who would convince himself that the impossible was possible, rather than face the truth of what he'd done. The floor in my cell stays clean now. No footprints appear. No sounds from impossible sources. Just silence and the terrible certainty that some truths are too heavy to carry and too awful to forget. Crime 15, headboard against the wrong wall, sheets tucked backward, like someone had flipped it silently in the night. Nothing else in the room changed, except the mirror. Now when I look into it, the reflection shows the bed as it was. I'm a crime scene investigator, been doing this for more than a decade. I've seen bodies positioned in ways that would make your stomach turn, evidence planted so carefully it takes months to spot the deception. But this bedroom bothered me in ways I couldn't explain. The call came in as a missing person case. A woman hadn't shown up for work in 3 days. Her sister found the front door unlocked mail piling up, but no signs of struggle. Just this bedroom that felt wrong. I stood in the doorway, photographing everything. The bed faced the window now when it should have faced the closet. I knew this because there were carpet impressions where the legs used to sit, deep rectangles in the fibers like the bed had been there for years. The sheets were hospital corner tight, but tucked under the wrong side. Someone had remade the bed after moving it, but their muscle memory betrayed them. They tucked it like the headboard was still against the other wall. I called the sister back in. She was fidgeting with her purse strap, eyes darting around the room but never quite landing on the bed. "Did she ever rearrange furniture?" I asked. "Never," she said. Moving things around made her anxious. Everything had to stay in its place. The mirror threw me off the most. It was one of those old vanity mirrors, the kind that tilts. When I looked into it from where I stood, I could see the bed's reflection. But the reflection showed the bed in its original position, headboard against the closet wall. I walked closer to the mirror. The reflection shifted, and suddenly I was looking at the bed as it actually was, turned around. I spent the next hour testing different angles, trying to understand what I was seeing. The mirror's surface was clean, no scratches or distortions, but from certain positions it seemed to show the room's past configuration. The sister was still there, sitting on the living room couch when I came back out. "Can you tell me about the mirror in the bedroom?" Her fingers stopped moving on the purse strap. "What about it? How long has it been there?" "Since she moved in. She bought it at an estate sale. Said it made the room feel bigger." I pulled out my notepad, wrote down everything I could remember about the mirror's positioning. Then I asked her to walk me through the last time she'd been in the house. 2 weeks ago, we had coffee in the kitchen. I didn't go in the bedroom. Before that, maybe a month, I helped her hang some pictures. Her voice was steady, but she kept glancing toward the bedroom door. I went back to examine the rest of the room. The missing woman's clothes were still in the closet, organized by color. Her jewelry box sat undisturbed on the dresser, but in the bathroom I found something that made me pause. 2 sets of toiletries, different brands of toothpaste, 2 deodorants, a man's razor beside the sink. When I asked the sister about it, she said her sister had been single for over a year. Maybe she was seeing someone new. She would have told me. But people don't always tell their family everything. I bagged the razor, the toothpaste, anything that might give us DNA evidence. The next morning I came back alone. I wanted to study that mirror without distractions. I brought a video camera, thinking I could capture whatever optical illusion was happening. The bedroom felt different in the morning light, colder. I set up the camera facing the mirror and started recording. Through the viewfinder, I watched myself move around the room. The mirror's reflection looked normal now, showing exactly what should be there. But when I lowered the camera and looked directly into the mirror, I caught glimpses of something else. A figure in the bed, someone lying under the covers. I blinked and it was gone. I spent the rest of the morning going through the woman's personal effects, looking for any clue about who might have been staying there. In her desk drawer, I found a stack of letters, love letters, but they weren't signed. The handwriting was careful, deliberate. The paper was expensive, cream-colored with watermarks. Someone had taken time with these letters, crafted them like they mattered. The most recent one was dated just a week before she disappeared. I know you're afraid of what people will think, it read, but we can't keep pretending this isn't real. I've been patient, but patience has its limits. I photographed each letter, then called the sister again. This time I asked her to meet me at the station. She sat across from me in the interview room, that same nervous energy I'd noticed at the house. I spread the letters out on the table. Do you recognize this handwriting? She leaned forward, studied the papers. Her face went pale. These are from him. Whom? Our father. The room felt smaller suddenly. I gathered the letters back into a stack, trying to process what she just told me. Your father was writing love letters to your sister. He's been obsessed with her since our mother died, following her, calling her, showing up at her work. She got a restraining order, but he ignored it. Why didn't you mention this before? Because I thought maybe this time she'd finally gone somewhere he couldn't find her. I hoped she'd just run away. I drove back to the house that afternoon with a warrant and a team. We were going to tear that bedroom apart, look for any evidence of what had happened there. The bed was still turned around, but something else had changed. The mirror was tilted at a different angle. When I looked into it now, I could see the entire room reflected, including the corner where we'd found scuff marks on the wall. We pulled up the carpet near the bed's original position. Underneath, the hardwood was stained dark, blood most likely, though we'd need lab confirmation. In the closet behind a loose baseboard, we found more letters. These were different, written in the same careful handwriting, but with a desperate edge. I know you moved the bed, I know you're trying to erase what happened, but I can still see it. Every time I look in that mirror, I see the truth. The last letter was dated the day before she disappeared. I'm coming back tonight. We're going to finish this conversation. We never found her body. We never found him either. The sister said he disappeared around the same time, left his apartment without taking anything, just vanished. But I still think about that mirror, the way it seemed to show the room's history, like it was holding onto images of what had happened there. I've read about trauma imprints, the idea that intense emotions can leave traces in physical spaces. Maybe that's all it was, my imagination, influenced by the strangeness of the scene. Or maybe some objects absorbed more than we realize. I kept the case file on my desk for months after we officially closed it. Sometimes I'd flip through the crime scene photos, studying that mirror from every angle. In some of the pictures, if you looked carefully, you could see shadows that didn't belong to anyone in the room. The house was sold eventually. The new owners renovated the bedroom, replaced the carpet, painted the walls, but they kept the mirror. The realtor said it was a beautiful antique, too valuable to throw away. I wonder sometimes if they've noticed anything strange about their reflections. If they've seen the bed in positions it's never been in, or glimpsed figures that shouldn't be there. The case remains officially unsolved. Missing person, suspected foul play, no body recovered. But I know what happened in that bedroom. I know why the bed was turned around. Someone was trying to change the story, rearrange the scene to match a different version of events. But the mirror remembered. It held onto the truth even when everything else was moved. I still drive past that house sometimes. The bedroom window faces the street, and I can see the mirror from the sidewalk. It's tilted at the same angle, reflecting the room back at itself. And sometimes, when the light hits it just right, I can see the bed exactly as it was, before it was turned around, before someone tried to hide what happened there. The reflection never lies, even when everything else has been rearranged to tell a different story. Crime 16, I fell asleep with the TV on, white noise, but it shifted, patterns, then words. One sentence, why did you bury me? I turned off the TV. It turned back on. The remote sat on the coffee table exactly where I'd left it. The power button felt sticky under my thumb. I pressed it again. The screen went black, then flickered to life. The same static, but now it seemed deliberate, purposeful. I'd been living in this apartment for 3 months. The previous tenant left behind a few things: a coffee maker with a cracked carafe, some books with water damage, and this old television that worked better than it should have. The landlord said the guy moved out suddenly, left no forwarding address, just gone. The words in the static made me think of my sister. She'd been missing for 2 years. The police classified it as a voluntary disappearance after they found her car abandoned near the highway. No signs of struggle. Her purse was still inside, but her phone was gone. The detective assigned to the case, a tired man with permanent coffee stains on his shirt, told me people start over all the time. Sometimes they just walk away from everything. But my sister wouldn't have left without telling me. We talked every other day. She worried about my drinking, my job, my inability to maintain relationships. She wouldn't have just disappeared without explanation. I pulled the TV away from the wall. The cables were standard, nothing unusual, but there was something else. A small device attached to the antenna input, black plastic about the size of a matchbox. It wasn't connected to anything external, just sitting there, humming almost imperceptibly. I left it alone and went to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. Every sound in the building seemed amplified. Footsteps upstairs, water running through pipes, a door closing somewhere down the hall. I kept thinking about the device, about the words in the static, about my sister's empty apartment that still smelled like her perfume when the police finally let me clean it out. The next morning I called my sister's old landlord. He remembered her well. Sweet girl, always paid rent early, never complained about the noise from the construction site next door. He mentioned she'd been asking questions about the previous tenant in her unit, someone who'd lived there for 5 years before moving out abruptly. No forwarding address. I asked if he remembered the name. He didn't, but he still had the paperwork. A man in his 40s, worked construction, drove a blue pickup truck. The landlord remembered him because he'd left his television behind, said he didn't need it anymore. The same television now sitting in my living room. I spent the afternoon at the library, searching through old newspaper archives, missing persons reports from the past decade. 3 women, all in their 20s, all disappeared within a 20-mile radius of my apartment. One was found 6 months later, buried in a shallow grave behind an abandoned warehouse. The other 2 were never found. The construction worker who lived in my sister's apartment had worked on a project near that warehouse. I found his name in the contractor's records. A man with no social media presence, no permanent address, no trace of existence beyond employment records and a few traffic violations. That evening I examined the device attached to my television more carefully. Inside the black plastic casing I found a small recorder, the kind used for voice memos. Most of the memory was corrupted, but I managed to recover fragments of audio. A woman's voice distorted by static, saying words I couldn't quite make out, but the tone was unmistakable. Fear, desperation, a plea for help. I played the recording over and over, trying to identify the voice. It could have been anyone. It could have been my sister. The static made it impossible to be certain, but something in the cadence, the way certain words were pronounced, felt familiar. I started visiting the locations where the missing women had last been seen. Coffee shops, bus stops, parking lots. I showed their photos to anyone who would look. Most people didn't remember, but a few did. A waitress recalled serving one of the women regularly. She always ordered the same thing, black coffee and a blueberry muffin. She seemed nervous those last few weeks, kept looking over her shoulder, checking her phone constantly. The waitress mentioned something else. The woman had been asking about construction work in the area, whether there were any new projects, any crews hiring. She'd seemed particularly interested in residential work, apartments and condos. I found employment records for the construction worker. He'd worked on 12 different residential projects over the past 5 years. I visited each location, talking to current residents, former tenants, anyone who might remember him. Most described him as quiet, professional, always arrived early and left late. A few mentioned he'd been particularly helpful with small repairs, especially electrical work. One woman remembered him installing cable in her apartment. He'd spent longer than necessary asking questions about her schedule, whether she lived alone, if she felt safe in the building. She'd thought he was just being friendly. The same woman mentioned she'd started receiving strange phone calls after he finished the work, heavy breathing, then a hang-up. She'd changed her number, but the calls continued for weeks. Then they stopped suddenly. I traced the construction worker's employment history back further. He'd worked for a dozen different companies, never staying longer than a year. His supervisors described him as competent but distant. He worked alone when possible, avoided company social events, never talked about his personal life. But there was a pattern. In each location where he'd worked, at least one young woman had gone missing within 6 months of project completion. Not always from the same building, but always within walking distance. Always women who lived alone, who kept regular schedules, who might not be missed immediately. I found his current address through a forwarding service, a small house on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by overgrown trees and a chain-link fence. The mailbox was rusted, the windows covered with newspaper, no car in the driveway. I watched the house for 3 days, no movement, no lights, no signs of life. On the 4th day, I decided to look around. The front door was unlocked. Inside, the house was nearly empty. A few pieces of furniture, all covered in dust, but in the basement I found his workshop, tools arranged with military precision, a workbench with scratches and stains that might have been blood, and dozens of small recording devices, all identical to the one I'd found attached to my television. I played them one by one. Fragments of conversation, sounds of daily life, intimate moments recorded without consent. Some recordings were recent, others dated back years. All featured women's voices, captured in various states of distress, fear, and finally, silence. One recording was different, clearer. A woman pleading for her life, giving details about her routine, her apartment, her family. Anything to make herself seem human, valuable, worth sparing. The voice was my sister's. I sat in that basement for hours, listening to my sister's final moments. She discovered the recording device in her apartment. She'd confronted him. She'd tried to run. The last recording was the most disturbing. My sister's voice, but the words were wrong, scripted, forced. She was reading from something, describing her own burial location, providing details only her killer would know. The background noise suggested she was in a car, moving. He was making her record her own confession, her own goodbye. I found the burial site exactly where she described, a small clearing behind an abandoned factory marked by a pile of stones arranged in a specific pattern. The ground was soft, recently disturbed. I didn't dig, I couldn't. Instead, I called the police. They found her exactly where the recording indicated, along with the remains of 4 other women, all buried in the same area, all connected to the construction workers' employment history. The media called it the largest serial killer investigation in the region's history. But they never found him. His house was abandoned, his truck sold for cash to a private buyer who'd never met him in person. His trail went cold at the city limits. The detective assigned to the case, the same tired man with coffee stains on his shirt, told me these types of killers often disappear when they feel the walls closing in. They start over somewhere else with a new identity, new hunting grounds. I kept the recording device. I know I shouldn't have, but I couldn't let it go. Sometimes, late at night, I play my sister's voice, not the scripted confession, but the earlier recordings. Her talking to friends on the phone, humming while she cooked dinner, laughing at something on television. Normal sounds from a normal life before everything went wrong. The television still turns itself on occasionally, just static now, no words, but I leave it plugged in, volume low, because sometimes in the white noise between stations I hear something that might be my sister's voice, not pleading or afraid, just talking, telling me things are okay where she is now, that she's not alone anymore. The construction worker is still out there somewhere, maybe in another city, working on another project, installing cable in another woman's apartment. The police have alerts set up, but he's careful, patient. He knows how to disappear. I think about the women he's watching right now, the ones who don't know their every word is being recorded, their routines cataloged, their vulnerabilities mapped. They go about their lives, feeling safe in their homes, unaware that someone is always listening. The static on my television grows louder at night. Sometimes I think I can hear new voices mixed in with the white noise. Women I don't recognize, speaking words I can't quite understand, but their tone is always the same. Fear, desperation, a plea for help that comes too late. I've started leaving my own recordings, messages for my sister, updates on the investigation, promises that I won't stop looking for her killer. I don't know if she can hear me, but it feels important to try, to make sure she knows she hasn't been forgotten. The device hums quietly in the corner, recording everything, just like he designed it to do, still listening, still waiting. Still collecting the sounds of lives that ended too soon, in places no one thought to look, by someone no one thought to suspect. And somewhere out there in another city, another apartment, another woman is asking questions about the construction worker who spent too long installing her cable. She's starting to feel uneasy about the way he looked at her, the questions he asked, the small device he left behind. She doesn't know yet that she's already being watched, that her voice is being recorded, that her routine is being studied. But she will. Crime 17, I'd hung it centered level, facing the hallway. But now, the eyes in the painting looked toward the stairs, always toward the stairs. I turned it to face the wall. But later it was facing out again, and the eyes weren't painted anymore. They were real, reflective, blinking. The painting had been a gift from my neighbor, an elderly woman who'd lived alone for decades. She'd knocked on my door one evening, holding the canvas wrapped in brown paper, insisting I take it. Her hands shook as she pressed it into mine, and I noticed the faint smell of lavender mixed with something else, something metallic that made my stomach turn. It needs to be with someone who understands, she'd whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of rain against my windows. Someone who can see what I can't ignore anymore. I'd accepted it out of politeness, nothing more. The painting depicted a young woman with dark hair, her face turned slightly toward the viewer, eyes that seemed to follow you across the room. Classical technique may be worth something to the right collector. I hung it in my hallway where guests would notice it, where it would catch the light from the window during the day. But the painting had started moving. Not physically, of course, I'm not delusional, but each morning I'd find it angled differently, as if someone had adjusted it during the night. The woman's gaze, which had initially looked straight ahead, now seemed fixed on the staircase leading to the second floor, to the room where my neighbor had found her daughter. I'd started keeping a journal documenting the changes. Small things at first, a slight tilt to the left, the frame sitting a fraction lower on the wall. But then I noticed details in the painting itself that I hadn't seen before. A shadow behind the woman's shoulder that looked like a doorway. A reflection in her eyes that resembled stairs. The faint outline of what might have been another figure, barely visible in the background. The neighbor had moved away the week after giving me the painting. No forwarding address, no explanation. The house sat empty, windows dark, until new tenants arrived, but they didn't stay long. 3 families in 6 months, all leaving suddenly, all refusing to discuss why. I started researching the house's history. Public records, newspaper archives, conversations with longtime residents. The story emerged slowly, like a photograph developing in chemical solution. The elderly woman's daughter had disappeared 20 years ago. Not missing, disappeared. Her bedroom door had been locked from the inside, window closed, no sign of struggle. She'd simply vanished, leaving behind only her clothes and a half-finished painting on an easel. The painting I now owned looked identical to the one described in the police report. I called the detective who'd handled the case. He was retired now, living in a small apartment across town, his voice heavy with the weight of unsolved mysteries. He agreed to meet me at a coffee shop, his hands wrapped around a cup that had gone cold long before he'd finished speaking. "We never found her," he said, eyes focused on something beyond my shoulder. 20 years old, art student, no enemies, no reason to run. The mother insisted someone had taken her, but there was no evidence of forced entry. No fingerprints, no DNA, nothing. He paused, studying my face. The mother painted that portrait from memory, worked on it for months after her daughter disappeared, said it helped her feel close to her. But toward the end, she started claiming the painting was changing, that her daughter was trying to communicate through it. The detective's voice dropped to a whisper. She said the eyes in the painting would move, would look toward different parts of the room, always toward the stairs, as if she was trying to tell us something about what happened up there. I felt my skin prickle. "What did you find upstairs?" "Nothing, empty room, no signs of disturbance." But the mother insisted we keep looking, kept saying her daughter was trying to show us something. We searched that house 6 times, tore up floorboards, checked inside walls, nothing. But I knew he was lying, not intentionally, but the way people lie when they've convinced themselves to forget something too disturbing to remember. His hands trembled slightly as he spoke, and I noticed how he avoided looking directly at me when he mentioned the stairs. I went home and stood in front of the painting, studying every brushstroke, every shadow. The woman's face seemed more animated now, more alive. Her lips appeared slightly parted, as if she were trying to speak. The reflection in her eyes had become clearer, definitely stairs, definitely leading upward. That night I heard sounds coming from the empty house next door. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving from room to room. I pressed my ear to the wall and listened. The footsteps stopped directly on the other side, as if someone were standing in the exact spot where the painting hung in my house. I researched the new tenants, the ones who'd moved in and out so quickly. Found social media profiles, rental applications, brief mentions in local forums. Each family had reported the same thing: sounds in the walls, doors that wouldn't stay closed, a persistent feeling of being watched. But it was the details that made my blood run cold. They'd all mentioned finding objects moved, rearranged, positioned to point toward the stairs. The next morning I found a key taped to my front door. Old brass, worn smooth by decades of use. No note, no explanation, but I knew what it opened. I stood in front of the neighbor's house, key in hand, feeling the weight of 20 years of silence. The current tenants had moved out just days before, leaving behind only the smell of fear and the echo of unanswered questions. The key turned easily in the lock. Inside, dust motes danced in shafts of afternoon light. The house felt hollow, abandoned, but not empty. Someone had been here recently. Footprints in the dust led from the front door to the base of the stairs, then stopped abruptly, as if the person had simply vanished. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step creaking under my weight. The second-floor hallway stretched before me, doors on either side, all closed except one. The room at the end, the one that had belonged to the missing daughter. The room was exactly as it had been 20 years ago. Easel in the corner, paints dried to cracked shells, canvases stacked against the wall. But it was the floor that made me stop breathing. Loose floorboards, recently disturbed, dirt and debris scattered around the edges. I knelt and pried up the boards with my fingernails, splinters digging into my skin. Underneath, wrapped in plastic, was a journal. The missing daughter's journal, pages filled with increasingly frantic entries about someone watching her, following her, entering her room while she slept. The final entry was dated the day she disappeared. He's here again. I can hear him breathing behind my door. I've locked it, but locks don't stop him. He wants me to come downstairs to leave with him, but I won't. I'll stay here forever if I have to. I'll watch for my painting. I'll make sure someone knows what really happened. My hands shook as I read the words. Below the journal, deeper in the cavity, I found bones. Small bones, wrapped in cloth that had once been white. Not human bones, cat bones, bird bones, small animals that had been carefully preserved, arranged in patterns that suggested ritual obsession. I heard footsteps on the stairs below. Slow, deliberate, the same footsteps I'd heard through the wall. I grabbed the journal and ran to the window, but it was painted shut, layers of old paint sealing it closed. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. I know you're up there. The voice was familiar, but wrong somehow, distorted by years of waiting. I know you found her journal. I recognized the voice now. The detective, the one who'd claimed to know nothing, who'd insisted they'd found no evidence. But his voice carried the weight of decades of guilt, of secrets buried too deep to dig up. She wouldn't come with me, he continued, voice getting closer. I tried to be gentle, tried to explain that we belonged together, but she fought, made noise. The neighbors might have heard. I pressed myself against the wall, journal clutched to my chest. Through the floorboards, I could see him moving through the house below, checking rooms, searching. I had to keep her quiet, had to make sure she couldn't tell anyone what I'd tried to do, but I never meant for it to go so far. I just wanted her to understand. The footsteps stopped outside the door. The mother suspected, started asking questions, demanding we search again, so I made sure she got rid of the evidence, convinced her to paint that portrait, to focus on remembering her daughter instead of what had happened to her. And when she started getting too close to the truth, I suggested she give the painting away to someone who wouldn't ask questions. The door handle turned slowly. But you did ask questions, didn't you? You couldn't just let it hang there and forget about it. You had to know why it kept changing, why it kept looking toward the stairs. He stepped into the room, and I saw him clearly for the first time in 20 years. Older now, grayer, but still carrying the badge that had given him access to crime scenes, to evidence, to grieving mothers who trusted him to find their daughters. "She's still here, you know," he whispered, looking at the loose floorboards. "Still watching, still trying to tell someone what I did, but no one will believe it now. Too much time has passed, too many people have moved away or died, and who would believe that a painting could witness a crime?" I clutched the journal tighter, feeling the weight of 20 years of silence, of a daughter who'd tried to speak through paint and canvas, through the only voice she had left. "But you know, don't you?" He smiled, and I saw the same expression I'd noticed in the painting, the look of someone who'd discovered a terrible truth and couldn't find the words to share it. "You know what the painting has been trying to tell you all along." The room fell silent except for the sound of my own breathing, shallow and rapid. Outside, clouds moved across the sun, throwing shadows that looked like fingers reaching across the floor. I still have the painting. It hangs in my hallway, facing the stairs, eyes that seem more real each day. The detective was right about one thing: no one would believe the truth now. Too much time, too many questions without answers. But sometimes, in the quiet moments between day and night, I catch the woman in the painting moving her lips, forming words I can almost understand. And I know that some secrets are too heavy to carry alone, too important to let die with the people who tried to bury them. The painting watches the stairs because that's where she fell. The painting faces the hallway because that's where she's waiting for someone to finally hear what she's been trying to say. And now every morning I find myself standing in front of it, listening for the sound of footsteps that never come, waiting for the courage to tell a story that no one will believe. The eyes in the painting aren't painted anymore. They're real, reflective, blinking, and they're watching me, waiting to see if I'll be brave enough to let her voice be heard. Or if I'll become just another person who hangs a painting on the wall and pretends not to notice when it starts to move.